Hello and welcome back to the Orienteering World Cup round 2 here in Idre in Sweden, and we've already had 2 fantastic days of racing here at this World Cup round, and we will finish off today with 2 great relays. We've already seen a lot of drama in this really technical and tricky terrain, and now they will be heading back into the forest in those teams of 3, where of course we've got multiple teams per nation, so we will have those teams battling it out to try and take the title. We will start with the men's relay. And actually, the start time for this relay was brought forward because it's a lot wetter, especially at the bottom of the slopes here, than they thought it was going to be. There's been lots of rain over the spring and the summer, meaning they're expecting it to slow the athletes down a lot. So we've moved it earlier. So the relay has already started. We're going to bring you a little replay of what's been going on so far. But let's have a look, though, at the course map and the challenges that await them. Jonas, do you want to talk us through it?
And you can see that we are in the bottom of the hill, where they have been running yesterday. And you also see that there are many marshes in the area here. So that's where it is wet. Many forkings, and we will again go up to the slope after control 3 there, where it is quite technical. Otherwise, the terrain today is more open and also a bit easier, I would say. But of course, today you have this extra feature kind of the forkings that makes it a bit more difficult to get to the right controls and keep calm out in the forest. You also see that we have different options. The last loop, the last leg, the blue one, is a bit longer than leg number 1 and 2, and of course in the very end the last leg isn't forked. So all the forkings you see here are from leg 1 and 2. And in the end you have a short loop in the same area, so you've been yesterday in the very end. Looks quite easy on the map. We've seen, or we can guess, that it wasn't too easy anyway, because we've seen many mistakes there yesterday.
Yes, and you have the added pressure of it being a relay. You've got runners going around you, you've got the different forkings that always just adds that extra dimension, and what could look maybe like an easy course, I guess, it really isn't. So we can look down the start list, and we've got I think we've got 43 teams lining up, a few mixed teams towards the end, but it's those kind of with the lowest numbers that we are really looking at, and of course we've got nations with multiple teams. So Jonas, who are we really looking at to do well?
Well, it's kind of the same in every relay. I would go and say that Switzerland has a strong team, Sweden has a strong team, Norway, Finland was good in all of the relays, and also they had good performances here this weekend. But then, of course, as you mentioned, the second teams, especially the second team from Sweden, looks actually really strong, and even their third team is quite okay. So, I mean, there are many teams able to keep up in the lead for quite a long time. Let's see if it is one of those. But I guess if you ask me, I would go for the teams from Switzerland, Sweden, and Norway to be the big favorites today.
Yeah, and what about will we see some upsets? Well, I say upsets, but maybe some second teams doing better than the first teams?
Well, that can definitely happen. I mean, the Swedish second team has Isak von Krysow-Stjärna, Emil Svensk and William Lind. So you have even a world champion in the relay, William Lind, there on the last leg for Sweden too. And von Krysow-Stjärna, who did a great job, maybe missed 1 or 2 controls, but otherwise proved to be really strong. And Emil Svensk, who is very strong in every race almost. So you have, I mean, it's a very strong second team there.
So we've got over 40 runners then hitting the forest here, running out of our arena. We'll see them through from the arena passage, and then of course we will see them at the handover there as well. So this is all a replay that we're bringing you. If you've been looking on the tracking, if you've been watching the split times, you'll know that this happened about half an hour ago. But we can see already this forest here is a little bit more open than we were seeing earlier. But you look, you can see there are 3 Swedes already kind of at the front of this group here.
And this was right after the first forking, so I think it was between control 1 and 2. Now we see a replay. We are already at control 9 to control 10. There we had Sweden 3 going around a bit more.
And Sweden 2 is like from Krusenstjerna going out to the road quite a few times. Oh, there was a mistake there from Australia because Henry McNulty, who's in a joint Australia New Zealand team, was right up at the front, and you can see there's the 2 Swedes. Now we're live with the tracking. We're live on this last little loop. We've got the 2 Swedish teams and probably even like the 3rd Swedish team in there as well. Norway won. Eskil Skinneberg on the first leg for them is around there too. Yes, Sweden 3 are just, you can see them actually just back in kind of a 3rd group. So we've got Sweden 1 and 2 leading out to go to this common control here. A little bit of a gap. Then we've got Norway. Then we've got a small group of Finland, Sweden 3, and what is seen there is Argentina 4. That is actually a mixed group. And we've got, let me see, we've got Victor Svensk. So a Swede on the first leg of that mixed team. That's a mixed Argentina, Austria and Sweden team, because if you've got extra runners you want to run, they've just kind of put them into a relay team. And so we are waiting for them in the forest.
This is only one runner coming here. Was it von Krusenstjerna? Maybe. Hard to see. Yes,
I think it was. And I think Albin Riederfeldt, here he is now, has just kind of got a little bit too low into that control. So von Krusenstjerna has managed to get a gap and is now in the lead by, what was that, about 15, 20 seconds, something like that?
Now we can see how dense it is here. I mean, it's good runnability, but the visibility is very slow, very low, and I mean, look around, it's hard to see any features at all. It looks all the same, more or less. So if you're a bit off direction here, it's very difficult to relocate. And I guess that's also the reason why I've seen so many mistakes in the last part yesterday.
So this is Sweden 1, they're the 2nd place team, and I think there you can see the leaders. Isaac von Krusenstjerna going first, and he's just hitting that boulder, and I think actually, they've both got that same one. So both cleanly into there, and we've just got the last kind of little section, last few controls before we reach the end of leg 1, and Albin Riederfeldt will hand over to yesterday's surprise bronze medalist, Simon Hector, and Isaac von Krusenstjerna will hand over to Emil Svensk, who may be a surprise to see him in the 2nd team, but such is the depth in the Swedish squad that you can do that. This looks like Eskil Skinneberg here into, he's looking for a wet pit as the control, there we go. And so that's the other forking of those controls, and he is a solid 3rd place at that point. He's going to hand over to Magne Daly, of course medalist from the World Champs long distance, and then Kasper Fosse, who we saw being a really crucial part of the Norwegian relay teams at the World Champs, and he will take the last leg then for Norway. So Sweden 2, Isaac von Krusenstjerna with 2 top 10 positions for him at this World Cup round, and he's had another really great run, and he will hand over in the lead. So Sweden 2 handing over. There is Emil Svensk to take over, and we're going to look and see what the gap is back to the 2nd Swedish team. And here is Albin Riederfeldt up here to hand over to Simon Hector, and he's going to be chasing out Emil Svensk. The gap is going to be about 20 seconds, I think. So that's pretty, yeah, there we go, exactly 20 seconds. So that is I think Sweden too just managing to pull out a little bit of a gap there as well. Now Norway are on the chase. They're handing over to Magna Daly. And the gap, another 18 seconds there. And easy hand over there. We've also got Finland. The Finns we were talking about, they've done really well over this competition so far. And that's Mika Kimmela handing over to Elias Kuka. So they are down in fourth. And we've got Viktor Svensk handing over to Clemens Wolfram from Austria on that one. Czech in there in the second, Switzerland 2 after there was a mistake, an early-ish mistake from Joey Hadorn for Switzerland 2. We've got Norway 2 in there, and the first Swiss team are in 8th position and 1:14 down. That was Daniel Huben handing over to Florian Hovald there too. So Rito Ecker is just there on the second leg for the second Swiss team, and then a bit of a gap and then another group there. The third Swedish team is also in the top 10. Poland, Wojciech Kowalski handing over to Bartosz Pawlak. The French team there as well, Maxime Retourrier handing over to Loic Marty, who's had some good results as well. All sorts of groups there. Norway, third Norwegian team. We've got another Czech team, and now there's a whole group all close together. Hector Haynes there, the British team. Denmark, another second French team. And all that group only about just over 2 minutes behind. So really, the gaps, they're all quite close together, I think, on this one.
And now they are quite split up here already in the beginning of the second leg. And I mean, I guess that the risk for mistakes close to the control is a bit higher now compared to the first leg, because especially in this terrain up in the slope, when visibility is low, it's a big advantage to be in a bigger group, because you have kind of more runners being able to see the controls. And if you're all alone and just miss it by a few meters, there's a risk that you do quite a big mistake. So I think it's as more as they split up, as bigger the risk for bigger mistakes in this kind of terrain.
So this is Emil Svensk, and following him on the way then through from controls 1 to 2. And you can see that it's much better visibility down here, but maybe not. They said it was wetter than they thought, but from us having seen the runners go through here on the first leg and here, doesn't look too bad.
I mean, you can really hear and see that it is wet, but it's not. I mean, the water is not standing. It's not that bad. It's no problem to run through it. But as you said, the area down here, it's open and it's quite easy actually. The biggest difficulty is this classic element in relay running, that you have to keep calm when everyone around you is getting nervous, and but that's mostly in the first leg, and now we have it already split up here, so it's easier for them to focus on their own races. You can see how wet it is. You can also see if first tracks, at least through these marshes.
But the marshes aren't huge, you're just kind of crossing them a bit. Doesn't look too bad. And we're following Simon Hector here, and there's two Swedish runners today who've been put into that first team, and it's going to be really interesting to see, on merit, they performed really, really well. With Simon Hector, the bronze, and Hannah Lindberg taking the win yesterday. They've both been put on the first teams, and we're going to, I think, see how they cope with that. They've never been, I think, on a national first team before, of course, so that's a new pressure maybe.
Exactly, but I mean, it's a very good opportunity to put them in the first team for the first time. It's on home soil. They have done great runs this weekend, And I mean, if you want to have them in the first team, maybe potentially in a future championship race, then you have to test them before. You have to let them feel the pressure of a relay like this, and this is a great opportunity to do so.
Okay, we can look at some of the chasers here. We've got the couple of Swiss teams, Florian Hovald there, and I think it's probably Switzerland too as well. Christoph Meyer. Yep, who had a pretty good result yesterday, I think.
And the direction looks fine for Emil Svensk.
Both the Swedish teams have A here. Yeah, Finland 1, Norway 2, both with B, so that's looking pretty good.
And we have seen on the first leg that it's quite much slower if you have control B at this option here. Everyone with this option lost kind of contact there on the first leg already.
Yeah, we have a TV control at number 3. When we saw them through, a lot of the Swedish teams had B the first time, so they've kind of taken that longer forking in the first leg. I think that's probably a good thing for them. They'll be glad of that. And Emil Svensk is looking good. It is a big gap. So the gap was 20 seconds at the exchange, and I think he's pulled ahead more here. This is a first leg runner. On the Colombian team.
Yeah, it should be Simon on his way to the third control. And then we have Norway, Magne Dali.
You see that the tail is 60 seconds, so it's almost a minute lead here for Emil Svensk.
Yep. And here's Simon Hector. But even more importantly, they've pulled away from the other teams because, yeah, we've got a lot of those. Maybe you had B just there. It's going to take a while to get through to this point. Here's the next runner, and I think it'll be Norway or Switzerland. Switzerland, here it is, the two Swiss. And Florian Hovald here on the left. First Swiss team, first to punch. Christoph Meyer, well, exactly the same time. There you go.
Right after this control, they will head up into the
And I think
slope.
this is a mistake here from Magne Daly. Has gone a bit too high, actually, and then has because he's approaching that from the different direction. Luckily he realised he was too high, but that is certainly a mistake from Magne Daly on the second control. Let's see if we can have a little replay.
Yeah, we see here no problems for the two Swedish teams. Then we see that second team from Norway is B, and we see Norway first team there with the C option. Heading now up a bit too high in the slope, getting to this wrong hill there. And then after this control, as mentioned before, they will head up into this slope there. We'll have to climb around, let's say, 70 meters. And then they will be in this very detailed area.
And these three, which one do you want to have? These three, when it comes you're not being split kind of.
Well,
you're not fanning out. It's just the different distances away.
I mean, at the moment, now in this second leg, I don't think it matters too much. Actually, it can be both an advantage to have it early or to have it late. If you have it early and you have control, then you kind of get some time after the control, and if you have late, then you have some time to read your way to the control. On the first leg, though, I would prefer to have A, because if you're in a group and you get your control early, you can kind of relax and then focus on orienteering to the next one, and it's kind of a nervous situation if everyone around you is punching the first control and then but you have to continue going to your control, maybe even control C, and then it's just, it makes it a bit more difficult to keep everything together in your head when you see that everyone else has already punched the control.
Now it's 1 minute lead for Emil Svensk. You can see from
Here is now heading to this second A option there. So first he has the first control of all of them, and then he has the longer leg there in this difficult slope.
And do you think that's a more difficult option, to have that longer leg, those two A controls?
It's very hard to say. I mean, you have a long way you have to spend in this slope and do orienteering, but here in this section you also have some quite distinct features with this cliffs you can pass. You see that he is passing a cliff now with a stone there, then I guess he will head towards the next one to get this as well. And you have some features here to do the navigation with, so it's the same as yesterday. As long as you have control over the situation, it's totally doable here in this slope, and I don't think there are any options that are a bit easier. Maybe the B option has very clear features just before the control. You have it at the first of the two controls. You have the spur, which is quite distinct and with all the stony features around, and the second control you have as well quite a big spur with these cliffs around, which shows that it's very steep one and very distinct one. I think if you just look at that with what kind of options you have for an attack point, those good controls are maybe the easiest.
So you can see, I think, Simon Hector, Sweden won, just kind of ticking off all of the different features. He kind of went to A, which was his control, went to B, and the features there. And you've got the cliff and the boulder here. There's going to be another cliff here. Doing pretty much the same as we saw from Emil Svensk, but you can see he's just kind of dropping back now. He's more than a minute behind Emil Svensk, and it just shows that Svensk is able to kind of use the same techniques, but just do it a bit quicker and run quicker through the terrain as well. So, all right, I was going to say this. Maybe I think I saw some mistakes going there. I think with Norway 2 very high into B. I think a few people, Switzerland 3, like overshot A and maybe going back.
Let's see here. You see that Norway 2 is quite high up there, the slope. Otherwise, you see many runners with the C option there.
On the way down to the next area. Belgium heading into the changeover.
Norway 2 now dropping down. Looks like there's more control there for the Norwegian team. Gaute Stave on the second team after Lucas Leland, who had some really great results. He was one of the kind of those early starters who definitely on the long had some time in the leader's chair before we fixed our broadcast on with them.
Gap at the first TV control was 51 seconds. It's more now.
But Simon Hector just kind of doesn't seem to have made any mistakes so far, and is kind of keeping going, keeping that consistency going, and that's kind of what you want on a second leg and of a relay.
Yeah, of course, it looked very well for both of them when how they were orienteering. I was talking about that. It looked very distinct in the orienteering. They had clear features they used for the navigation, so it looked very controlled and very well, actually.
Yeah, looks really good, and they're all going to kind of bunch back up again now here at this control number 6. And it is the third Swedish team to go through. Simon Immark there into third spot. So Sweden taking the top 3 spots. Here's Magna Daly in for Norway and Florian Hovald in for the first Swiss team. The second Swiss team not too far behind at all. Christoph Meyer in there as well. And of course the Finnish team too. But they're really dropping some time now back to Emil Svensk, and I think that really shows what a great effort Emil Svensk is putting in. I think he was probably... He did make some mistakes out there in the last couple of races and will be wanting to just try and kind of prove himself. Maybe, you know, will he be annoyed that he's not picked in the first team, or I don't know.
I don't think it really matters in the Swedish team if you're in the first or second team today. Both teams are great, and a good day they for sure know, I mean the members of the second team, that they even can beat the first Swedish team. So it's always a bit annoying. Of course you want to prove that you're good and you want to be in the first team, but if you just look at the possibilities for today for a good result, I actually don't think it matters too much.
Between the first and second TV split through this area with all the gap.
Well, whether he's happy or not to be in the Swedish second team, Emil Svensk is really doing well out in the lead and just racing around. Here he is then at control number 9, looking really, really good. And we can look back at the last split TV2 and the gaps coming in there. So there's kind of a group all around kind of those 2 minutes. Sweden 3, Norway's, the 2 Swiss teams, the Finnish team, and then a bit more of a gap between Norway 3 and Finland 2. And then there's a really big group then there from 10th to 17th place.
And now you see that some of the teams, like Switzerland 1, had the C option, so they will get maybe a bit close and use... Yeah, that looks good. It looks as if the Svensk will head out to the street there. Choose to go around, now meets all the runners on the way to the 8th control.
And at that point he's seeing them all coming the same way. He gets some feedback about how well the orienteering's gone, and you should be feeling pretty happy. Here's Simon Hector, yesterday's bronze medalist in the middle distance, and the time is dropping. The time gap is widening quite a lot, but crucially he's just kind of kept it pretty solid at this point.
Small mistake by the third Swedish team here.
Yes, going up quite high on those 2 C controls, having to drop back down, but still within touching distance of that.
Now you can see that Svensk is running on the street there. It was a good option on the first leg, so I guess it's also a good option here on the second leg, a bit depending on which forking you have, of course.
All right, here's Florian Hovald, who is running well, now in 3rd place. Jonas Hubacek, the second Czech team, doing pretty well there too. And Simon Immark, the 3rd Swedish team, really distinct in that different direction, maybe also going to head out towards the road. Norway 2, Jon Akros Osmund, and we've lost Norway, sorry, that's Norway 3. We've lost Norway 1.
Magna Daly punched 1:59 behind at TV Control 2. Here he is. Lost a minute here.
And he made a mistake on that second, on the control just before this one. He also was too high, I think.
Same for Christoph Meyer. Lost a lot of time here. Finland did a small mistake.
You can see if you follow Norway 1 there as well, and and Switzerland 2, they're both going the same kind of mistake, I think, there.
Yeah.
And lost a minute.
So yeah, lost quite a lot of time there, lost quite a few positions.
Now we don't have the controls on here, but you can see here that Svensk has the B option, so it's a
next team split at the control 11.
good option to run around there. No one else is choosing to do that. There would also have been the option to choose this other street there and then get through the yellow and green area towards control B.
I think definitely if you've got B, going round on the road is a really good option. But to use that for A seems a bit extreme.
Yeah, of course. No, that's it's a good option for control B.
But nobody else who's, and this is part of the relay mentality, isn't it? Nobody else who's, or so far, who's got that control B is headed to the road yet. Although actually, I'm just saying that, and I think maybe Norway 3 are heading that way. Maybe. And Finland 1, they've both got B. I wonder if they will head to the road or whether they will keep going. But really, really good lead and decision for Emil Svensk. You don't, when you're following, I guess, and you've got the B control, everybody else is going straight. You think, am I going to risk it and go around to the road? And people don't.
Yeah, I mean, especially because it is actually an option to go straight there, also to B, so it makes it even more difficult to choose to run around. I think it's a bit faster to go around when we look. I think it was Albin Riedefeld who did it in the first leg, and he was a few seconds faster. But of course, you don't lose a lot of time. But it's kind of a risk to lift the group, so. It's a tough decision. You have to feel very strong to do it.
Okay, Emil Svensk, our leader then through the 11th control. So him just going through there. Looks very distinct. And then another
B control for Emil Svensk, the next one.
B control here for Emil Svensk. So we've seen some people kind of going between those two ponds and up on the ridge. A few people maybe with A going west around the pond. And they would have had some, they've been through this kind of more marshy area. They will kind of have an indication about how wet it is, which way they want to go, how distinct this is looking, and really, we could see when Emil Svensk moved through the 11th control that actually it was pretty good visibility at that particular point. Sweden 3 with C have made good progress. Simon Imark there in a good spot, and the gap. He's still growing, but maybe smaller point this time, just checking codes.
Team with Emil Svensk is William Lind, both world champions in Czech Republic a month ago. The relay. Waiting now for Simon Imark.
Simon Imark should be the next in, and here he is. So still Sweden 1, 2, 3.
He was actually 17 seconds faster here compared to Emil Svensk.
Maybe Svensk thought he's I don't know, how do you attack? If you're Emil Svensk, do you want to try and really push the first half of the race, and then as he's seen everybody when he's kind of turned the corner heading back northwest, and he's seen how far everybody is, he goes, actually I can chill now.
Well, I guess, I mean, it's quite a short distance in the relay like this, so I don't think that he he will kind of relax here. I think he will push all the way. He is in the second team. He knows that they have still another team coming as well. He also knows that he has a good runner on the last leg, so he will just push and try everything to open a gap as big as possible here, because now he sees the possibility to win this race.
Yep, Magna Daly has caught up quite a few places now in 5th, so that's really impressive. Christoph Meyer just kind of dropping down though. The Czech second team though really looking good at this point. Thomas Krivda, Jonas Hubacek, Wojciech Sikora is that team and doing much better than the Czech first team currently, so impressive.
See that Switzerland's first team went out to the street there. Oh, that's a mistake there. Sweden too, in Svensk, hesitating a lot at this hill there. See, it's not that bad yet, if he can get the situation under control.
This is the third place runner, Simon Imark, and he had the Swedish first and third teams had different forkings on the control. They've just punched in it. It looks like Imark is catching up Hector, so looking pretty good. And I think that's a result of the different forkings there.
And you can also see that Sven's got the situation under control very quickly again, so no bigger time loss there.
Magna Daly just through there, looking good. And this must be Florian Hovald. Yep, yes. And Jonas Hubacek as well. So yeah, Magna Daly, after having made that mistake at the 8th control, has moved back up through the field and is looking really good there, pulling away from the Swiss and Czech teams. That's the third Norwegian team. Björn Aukras Osmoen, they had Doug Blanchen on the first leg.
Now
you've got to be careful not to go in.
Not the best direction out there. But he can also be a kind of a tactics to get to this forbidden area, because it's might be flagged there. There might be a small track towards this path that's leading over the stream as well. Sometimes it's small things like that can lead you to choose to not run the most direct way in places like this.
Yeah, and maybe he's thought that actually the marshes aren't too bad, so even if it's a bit marshy in the bottom there, then it's not as kind of bad as people were talking about. But back in the race, in the Swedish third team, Simon Imark have overtaken Simon Hector to go into the second place. Norway still up there for me. Simon Hector just kind of dropping back a little bit through the field there. He's got Gustav Bergman on the third leg, who has had like 90-80% good races in the long and the middle distance, but for Gustav Bergman, the impact of him having coronavirus just after the World Champs, he just completely lost energy, was dropping back through the field, and made a pretty big mistake on the slope in the middle distance, but otherwise was looking pretty strong, so we'll see what he can do. Okay, here is the arena passage then on this second leg of the men's relay. Emil Svensk he started this leg in the lead. He's only built this lead now. He started with a lead of 20 seconds. He has grown it and grown it, even with a little mistake maybe up the hill into control number 13. He looks really, really strong. And comfortable taking that leading position.
Simon Hector and Simon Imark.
Now we're going to see a couple more Swedes through this arena passage, waiting for them now.
And Sweden right now is dominating this relay, this World Cup relay here at Grängesåsvallen. And we are now waiting
Okay.
for Simon.
William Lind there, just going into the changeover zone because his second leg runner has already gone through. Simon Imark then, the third Swedish team, make it through into second place. 55 seconds behind, so he has been catching, he's having a really great kind of middle section of the race and been catching Emil Svensk, so strong running from him. Simon Hector is through into third place, but he's being chased by Magna Daly. Magna Daly, a mistake in the 8th control, and I think a mistake in the 3rd control as well. So Daly, I think, in good shape and fighting hard and managing to claw back time after those mistakes. He's done a really good job, and I think he's going to pass the Swede then on this last little loop, even just on this arena passage. We've got a few more coming through the arena as well. We've got
really
Florian Hovald. Yeah.
The difference in speed there between Daly and Hector.
So Florian Hovald and Jonas Hubacek, those two sticking together, and they're in that little group, but 30 seconds back from Magna Daly.
I think that Svensk must have... he had this hesitation there up to the control because he lost almost a minute, or he lost a minute compared to Daly and also Imark.
And Osmoen, Norway 3, Finland 1, also through. Still in, you know, if people ahead of them make mistakes, they're in distance that they can strike. So pretty good at that point. And then a little bit more of a gap. We're waiting for Switzerland 2, Norway 2 coming through the arena passage as well. Okay, let's have a little look then at this loop. And you can see that Norway has made it that gap then on Sweden 1, and now chasing down Sweden 3 and Simon Imark. And now you've really got to get your direction spot on. And I'm looking at Sweden 2 and Emil Svensk, and I'm going, oh, that's gone a bit high.
He has to be very careful there, but at the same time, if he just gets into this kind of channel there, it's... If he looks at the direction and how the slope is going, then he should be able to get it together here in what direction he has to go. But for sure he's losing time here, and Magna Daly at the same time is pushing really hard there. Does a great job here after his mistakes. Same course for Simon Imark. He's done a really good job here on the second leg so far.
But you can almost tell that Emil Svensk is not quite sure of himself. The trail looks like it's going slower, and Sweden 3, Norway are much better online. They are kind of catching up the end of that tail.
And now he's turning to the wrong direction there, Emil Svensk.
Oh.
I don't know it's so hard to say what he's thinking, where he is at the moment. He has to think that he's just below the control on the other side of this spur coming up there, so he tries to head up to get into this channel up there.
And he's off the map, or nearly
mistake.
off the map. That is really big mistake. Emil Svensk, his race was going so well, and we've just seen Sweden 3 through there, Simon Imark, Magna Daly now in positions 1 and 2 with that mistake from Emil Svensk, and he's still not turned around. He's still going up this hill. He's actually off the map again. And yeah, that's tough.
And when you say again, you're relating to the World Championships when he was running off the map on the route choice, which was quite a good route choice there, though.
This is not a route choice, and he still hasn't realised he's actually heading south now. Is Emil Svensk, not good. And you've got to get good direction here. Magne Daly looks fantastic on his direction from this. And let's have another look. This is Emil Svensk. Let's have a replay of this mistake into control 16.
He must have thought that he is on the western side of the control. Now trying to get over this spur. If you look under control 16, trying to get into this channel there on the other side. Now he thinks that he's in the right channel. It's a parallel mistake, and it's what I mentioned before, when you have this situation that you're all alone. I mean, if he would have been in a group there, one person in the group might have understand the mistake and had it towards the right direction, then he would have followed for sure. But now he's alone there, and this can if he's unlucky, then he will be there for some more minutes.
Yeah, he is dropping down, and that's gutting for Emil Svensk. I mean, it's pretty much the story of his World Cup round, I think. A lot of good orienteering, but just some big mistakes, and also we've seen a lot of people as well. So we're coming through now at the end of the second leg here, and we're looking for the third Swedish team to come through in the lead. Simon Immark will hand over to Max Fretterbeimer. Here is Norway. Magne Daly has had a fantastic leg. Well, he made mistakes, but he's caught up time. He's done the job, and now he's going to hand over to Kasper Foster to go next. And really, if you want anybody on your last leg, you want Kasper Foster, I think. We have Simon Hector, who's dropped a couple of places, but still actually within touching distance of those front two, and he's going to hand over to Gustav Bergman. So Max Fretterbeimer is off, then Kasper Foster is off too, and Gustav Bergman is waiting there as well. So Sweden 3 and Norway within 2 seconds. Sweden 1 is here. There's too many teams here from Sweden, and they are 13 seconds behind, and those three now surely will fight it out. But Switzerland here, they will hand over to Matthias Kiberts, Florian Hervold over to Matthias Kiberts, and I will look down my list to find the second Czech team. Jonas Hubacek has had a really great run, and will hand over to Wojciech Sikora. So this is kind of the biggest surprise of the teams up at the top, this second Czech team, and maybe some of the less well-known Czech names doing really, really well. Handing over, look at that.
He has done that before, actually, on the World Cup race. I guess it was in Estonia. Must have been in 2017 or 2018.
So 54 and 57 seconds down. Those two will go out now. And Finland still in a good position. It's going to be over a minute down. But Finland will have Elias Kuka handing over to Olli Ojano here on the final leg. You can see he's just kind of already looking there out to the start funnel and the run out to the control. So those 6 teams there. We have the third Norwegian team in. Jon Aukros Osmuen is there and handing over to Havard Sansad Eidsmo for the 7th place for Norway. So really good here, and maybe a reflection, some of the younger members of the team doing really well. Those not our usual names. We've got the second Swiss team here as well, Christoph Meyer.
And I can tell you, Emil Svensk still out there looking for the control. He went out to the path there, trying now to attack the control again. Let's see a replay here of the start of the third leg. So we have Sweden 3 with Max Peterbeimer and Kasper Foster there.
Yeah, splitting up those different controls. No issues there. But Kasper Foster, we're used to seeing him make a really quick start, and I mean, obviously he's maybe had a shorter forking here, and then actually he's got B, which B of all of these ones we know is probably the longest forking, and maybe the one that we've seen make most of the difference. So really, when we get back to the third control, we'll see them there, then that's going to give us a better indication because they'll all have done that part. And then once we get past the fourth TV control, this part of the course is actually a bit longer, and we've not got any more forkings from that point in. So they'll all have done all the options. We'll be looking at them kind of on a bit more of an even playing field. Some of them might have done kind of further or shorter at this point, but Kasper Fosser's really always makes an attacking start to a course, and no difference today.
3 minutes and 44 seconds behind. And there is France, there is Estonia, here's Austria, also into the changeover.
So you could also see there that Czech Republic, the second team, is following the Swiss team. Matthias Kiburt's a bit too long there towards control B.
I also want to say Emil Svensk has made it to control 16 now, so he is there, but literally only just. Ooh.
Just be careful there with the direction, Kasper Fosser. So far it's still okay if he can correct the direction a little bit now. Seems already a bit better. It's very good for Max Peter Beimer, and also very good for Gustav Bergman. And look at Matthias Kiburt, had a good start there as well.
Yeah, he was 57 seconds behind, and alongside Czech 2, who
did a mistake.
Wojtek Sikora, I'm not sure, was there a mistake? It's just now on the road, has gone along, just taken a different route choice, a significantly different route choice.
But they did a small mistake to the C option there, followed Kiburt's a bit too long, and now it's unnecessary to run there on the road. It doesn't really win anything by doing that.
Down the first 2 legs. We now very soon have 22 teams into the changeover. And there's Denmark.
You see that Fosser is now back on track in right direction there. Maybe a bit much to the north, but that's okay still.
Yeah, you should be able to use a little re-entrant to get into the control.
It's a bit of a risk that he will go to the wrong re-entrant first.
Oh, Sweden won. Whoa.
Yeah, that's
Gustav
not good there.
I can't... What? Anyway, behind Finland, who did the exchange in 6th place.
It's very strange there. What Gustav is doing now is turning. See it on the GPS. Very strange there for the first Swedish team.
And Emil Svensk handing over there in 27th place. The Czech Republic team's also there, and yeah, gutting, because that's a 7-8 minute mistake then for Emil Svensk. Okay, let's have a look at this replay into Control 2, because things have been going on.
Yeah, look at Sweden 1 there, Gustav Bergman. He's suddenly changing direction up this hill. Look at it now, and then turning back again.
That was a clear mistake from Gustav Bergman. Completely wrong direction.
I'm trying to think where he thinks he's going to be. Maybe he thinks he's... But even then, if you're south of C, or south of the hill, which is the west of C, oh, yeah. It just feels like he wanted to have a little detour and a pit stop, because he's now back online. Very strange. Anyway, Max Peter Beimer has punched 12 seconds ahead of Kasper Fosser. So he's actually had better start than the Norwegian, although the Norwegian we know had the B forking there. Matthias Kibert is, has pulled up a place, of course, with that mistake from Gustav Bergman.
Good start for Kibert. Really good start here. Had the longer option at B compared to the Swedish team.
We have Czech Republic 2 with Wojtek Sikora, and also Finland.
Okay, Norway 3 looking good. Czech Republic 2 has dropped back after you said that mistake and then going around on the path. Switzerland 2 is also there, and this brings the way for Finland and Olli Ojano going up into that 4th place. Here's Sweden 1, Gustav Bergman with a strange mistake to control number 2. Very, very strange. And here's the second Czech team with Sikora then completing the top 6. So I think it's still the same top 6 we had after the exchange for leg 2, but the order has swapped around all sorts of places aside for the top 2. Here's Norway 3.
In 7th position, 2 minutes and 5 seconds behind.
Now Sweden is a bit high up there. Has to be careful to not climb too much there.
Max Peter Weber and Kasper Fosser on the way up to this area.
Now he gets the stone there. It should be good for him now.
So 7 teams have punched that third control on the third leg. Sansta 8, Norway 3 in 7th position.
Now it looks like a small mistake anyway there by Sweden. He was heading up into the slope a bit too much and then maybe didn't really have control over the situation anyway. He is now on a little spur there. Thinks for sure that he's on the spur with the control.
Now maybe he's realised that parallel error.
Yes. But there went another 20 seconds maybe, and Kibert is very close now. Also standing there at the cliff.
But Kibert has looked much straighter on that line, really solid. Alden Heimdall. And we've got Switzerland 2. Noah Binden there. Those 2 and then 3 together, another Finnish team. And it is Topi Sirolainen on the last leg for that team, alongside Jonas Aula and Severi Gumalainen as well. Geno Imsen for the Austrian team. This looks like Ben Mitchell then in 12th place for the first British team.
This is the replay of the top teams. Now we see that Sweden is doing the mistake here, heading up the wrong spur. Kibert's behind and Kasper Fosser on the way to control C. And look at this now, he's climbing too much in the slope there as well. And of course it's very hard to see this cliff if you're above it. So for him it would have been better to be too low, because it's easier to see the control from below. Now he's just very close, but doesn't really see the control.
And this is paving the way for Matthias Kibert to come through at this point. Oh, he's really close. He just needs to turn around the other way. Oh, and he does.
Maybe he's turning around and can
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, here we go. Everything is open again.
Max Peter Weber on his way to that A control, the green ring.
And you can see just a small mistake that can open the door for someone else to come through. There's still quite a lot of teams just
I'm wondering if he really has the control there.
He was so
Oh no.
So that's really, I mean, imagine how bad the visibility must be there if you are so close to the control, even below the cliff there, and not seeing the control. At the same time,
really painful.
great
But maybe he'll
control.
see that's the open area and look back on that. And it's going round in circles.
Yeah. At the same time, great control taking by Max-Peter Beimer and Matthias Kiburtz. And that's what I said. I mean, as long as you have control over the situation in the slope here, you can really see all the details and you can kind of feel the terrain. But once you lost control contact to the map, it's so hard to relocate here. This is Max-Peter Beimer, now in the lead.
Still in the lead. He'd kind of been caught up a bit by Kasper Fosse, then the different forking made him go down a little bit more, and Matthias Kiburtz is only 12 seconds behind. I think that's what you were saying, about 12-15 seconds, and I wonder if Kiburtz will now start to see Beimer in just kind of in the distance. And
I guess in this part you have a good chance to see each other again with 12 seconds. And what a great start by Kiburtz. He really was spot on every control almost here, this first part.
And then we're looking to see, so now we did have Norway in there at this control, but dropping back after that really big mistake. So we're going to see maybe Finland, maybe Sweden we're looking out for. Here we go. Here's Finland into a bronze medal position then. Olli Ojano in here, and he's going to be 1 minute and 9 seconds down.
And it's so impressive how good they are running at relays the last years. I have to say, they have been up there at almost every relay now.
And Gustav Bergman has dropped 1 place after that mistake into the second control, but not really made any mistakes in this little bit. So let's have a look at Norway again. This is where the real mistake happened. Of course, Sweden 3 knots perfect into that first A control. Then we thought Kasper Fosse had seen it, and he hadn't. And then maybe Gustav Bergman dropping very low, but then dropping low to the bottom of the ridge and then coming along. That's I think a decision made there, and a bit of a mistake again from the Czech team, Czech 2 for Czech Sikora there. And the gap now is 50 seconds down to Kasper Fosse. So he's lost, I think it must have been at least 2 minutes then on that mistake. Oh, and another mistake for a Norwegian team. And Eidsmo also making a mistake, and Norway 2 catching up this tricky control.
And
the second Czech team also with a mistake.
I hope we will jump back to the lead soon, because there are things happening there as well. Look at this. They were almost together, Switzerland and Sweden. Then Switzerland, I guess Matthias Kiburtz got him into sight and followed him to the A control instead of the B control. So now the gap's there again at, let's say, about 45 seconds.
And
of course
both
now
Finland and Sweden had C.
Yeah.
And they've caught up.
And now look at Beimer there. Maybe a small mistake there as well. Not really sure about control. Now I think he gets it. Is he? Oh, he has to go to A. He ended up at C. So this is quite a big mistake by Max-Peter Beimer here. Now it changed everything again. So first we had Beimer in the lead, and then Kiburtz with a mistake, and then the other way around, Beimer with a mistake, and now Kiburtz in the lead.
Wow, the lead has changed so many times through here, and a mistake from Matthias Kiburtz. But
and
let's have another look at this mistake.
Just continues here. So you see here that Kibbutz is following Beimer a bit too long.
As you saw there.
It's maybe half a minute mistake there. Good to the next control though, and then we see that Max-Peter Beimer ran to the C option instead of the A option. So now we have a chasing group there behind Kibbutz.
Yeah. And there's three of them together. Here's Finland. Olli Oenho is there. There's Max-Peter Beimer. There's Gustav Bergman. And they're all, 2 seconds between 38 seconds down. We'll see whether they're going to be able to chase. Of course, this third leg, as we'll say again, is a little bit longer. And in 2 controls time, there's no forkings anymore. So that is going to be interesting, and looks like Switzerland have B, so it's a good choice from Matthias Kibbutz to go down to the track, and if anybody's going to go around to the track, Matthias Kibbutz is going to make that decision.
And it is a good option to do that.
Yeah, probably.
It's not just a very Swiss thing to do, it's also a very Matthias Kibbutz thing to do, is go round to the path, and I think it will pay off for him, definitely. And Sweden 3 has A, Sweden 1 and Finland 1 both have C. Here's Kasper Fosse, and you can see the gap was about 2:08, 2:18, something like that, over 2 minutes certainly. Now caught up a bit of time with those mistakes we saw from most of the field there. And back with the leaders.
The blue one. And that group with Olli Oenho, Max-Peter Beimer and Gustav Bergman. And what we can see is Max-Peter A.
Is he really heading out?
As you can see, the green one.
No.
Gustav Bergman with the C. And
He was very close there.
So Oenho and Gustav
Yeah, I don't think he is.
same gaffle, C.
Decided
Okay,
to
that's
go
quite a
straight
surprise.
anyway.
And Matthias Kibbutz, the B option here.
Although you've got a good, A and C is a lot of kind of small detail then, but if you're looking at the big shapes, B is much more distinct, the location of that control.
It's not over yet.
I mean, it's not a mistake, but if you run out that much there, then it's...
Then it's worth going to the road.
Yeah, then he could do it anyway, because then he would get some meters without having any risks to take. But I mean, just time-wise, I think it doesn't really matter too much. You can also see that the tail still is about... the tail is still 1 minute, so it's still around 40 seconds, the gap, as it was at the control before. Finland dropping a little bit there.
Gustav Bergman, Max-Peter Beimer together there, but different controls. Max-Peter will have A.
See here, it will be interesting to see. Now it looks as if Bergman is heading towards this control as well.
So Max-Peter there, and Gustav Bergman
They're slowing down a bit, opens up again for Team Finland to get back, and there's a mistake going on for Switzerland up there.
Definitely, I think, is that a parallel mistake? He thinks he's on the next hill over where the control is, but that is certainly going on my list of mistakes.
And look at Sweden 3 there, Max-Peter Beimer.
He didn't see it. He must have been so close to that control and is now too much in the slope. Oh, Max-Peter Beimer's made mistakes. Quite a few small mistakes.
Kibbutz now got it there, so maybe it's just in time. But of course, he has not found the control yet.
No,
so
they're
everyone
gonna see each
here,
other really soon.
everyone here except for Team Finland has done at least one big mistake.
Yes. And now Kasper Foster is in 4th place, overtaking
And look
Sweden
at
3.
Keyboard, still
Still
not
hasn't got
really.
the control. Oh,
This is a big mistake from Matthias.
I'm like,
Foster.
oh, this is. I don't know where he thinks he is. Where he thinks he must have relocated.
now-
on.
Gets the chance to follow Foster to the control.
Yeah.
This is really his
So that's
safety line, but
2-3 minutes
I mean,
mistake, and still not alongside Foster.
there he was
Okay.
very lucky. He was very lucky that Foster was coming from this direction. Otherwise, I think he would have spent at least some more seconds there, a few more seconds. Now,
All right. Yeah.
we have Team Finland in 2nd spot.
And the gap is only 15 seconds at that point. It's really strong. And now, in fact, from this point onwards, there are no more forkings. They've all got common controls from this point, and it's longer as well than the first 2 legs, slightly longer. So,
Yeah. But if there is one lesson we learned this weekend, then it's not over until they are in the finish.
yeah, it really isn't. And actually, we're going up to the most vague bit of the course, which is where everyone had all those troubles. So Foster, Kibberts, Bämer through in that order.
There's
And yeah,
The last controls to go now. We have the arena
Get this now.
they have a little bit longer.
Here it seemed as if he had control.
But once again, here's the mistake from
He
Matthias.
must have thought that he crossed the marsh down there. Maybe it was much more wet in the forest, so when he comes to this re-entrant just after control C, that he thought that he must have crossed it much more to the south, to southwest there.
Now very interested to see.
But a big mistake,
Yeah.
and again, totally different standings now after this forking.
Bergman once again.
yes, I think that could be what explains it. Although they've all had the same information from the team leaders meetings that it is much wetter there than is mapped. So the marsh is a bigger and wetter, and
You can see that
yeah.
they are splitting up a little bit here. Kasper Foster and Matthias.
And it looks here like Gustav Bergman has got much higher speed and actually maybe a good route. Almost looks like Olli Oiano crossed the pond there from the GPS tracking. It's hard to tell, but it looks like Gustav Bergman has much better speed through there. Max Petter Bämer in the distance. And he's...
Now they are splitting up also. Kasper Foster and Matthias Kibberts on this leg to the 12 control.
Foster
Yeah.
swimming through the pond there.
But Max Petter Bämer has had a much better direction then through into this 12th control and is catching up Finland and made a little gap on Norway and Switzerland.
And this is a really tough one.
And then here, in fact, here they were talking about this control up to 13 being one of the few controls where there's actually route choice.
You can run a little bit more to the right to avoid these ridges, and so you don't have to go up and down all the time. But my guess is that you want to keep direction, because it's difficult enough to get back to the right direction once you're off. So those, let's say, 15-20 meters climbing, I think most of them will take this into the calculation, just to keep going straight.
1 hour and 40 minutes since the start right now. And Bojan Ao in second. And then we have Max Petter Bämer, Kasper Foster and Matthias Kibberts.
And if you're Matthias Kibberts and you've just been caught, you just made that big mistake, you've been caught by Foster, what's going through your mind right now?
Well, I guess that he's kind of relieved to see the others. He doesn't know about Foster's mistake. He doesn't know about Bämer's mistake. He doesn't know about Bergman's standing. So I guess when he sees Foster and Max Peter Bremer, and he's kind of relieved that he didn't lose more time and still is in the fight for at least the top 3. He might even think that he is in the fight for the gold still, which he is, because we know that everything can happen here, but that he is in the leading group at least. And now it looks as if they could come a little bit closer here, but they're kind of spreading up.
Yeah, you've got taking the strong line, strong direction, but then you've got Gustav Bergman, who's just going a little bit to the right of the line, maybe not as extreme as what the course plans were suggesting, some might do, but certainly avoiding some of the climb. You just got to then be under control when you get to that last uphill and towards the actual circle of the control to know it's just going to be on your left.
But I mean, the advantage is if you come a bit more to the right, as Bergman is doing, then you, on the last ridge there, on the last hill, you get more features to read. You have an extra hill, you have some re-entrance there, you have some marshes, and if you come a bit from the left, it is hard to say where exactly you leave the hill if you get over it. So I think it's a bit easier to come from the position where Gustav Bergman is at the moment.
Yeah, so very steep climb at the moment for all those 3 close to the line. And you can see Gustav Bergman just using that, maybe that re-entry, the little spur there, just to check exactly your position. And has to use that to, from that point, to have a good direction and attack the control. It's only a little depression on the side of the hill. Then they have another tricky one in the slope as well. Then they'll head back down to the arena passage, and then of course that last loop where we saw Emil Svensk make 7-8 minutes mistake, went off the map a couple of times and lose that position he had for the second Swedish team. But Gustav Bergman here doing his classic looking around a lot, keeping his head up, and he's going to find this little depression. Here it is. Pretty solid, just checking that the punch is registered on his arm, checking for the flash, and now we look behind and see where the others are. And I think they'll all be very, very close together. But who's going to make it to this control first? So you can see the Norwegian kit first. So Kasper Fosse just leading this little group in. Then you've got Max Petter Beimer. Then we've got Olli Ojanoho. Then we've got Matthias Kiberts. And these 4 are all together from 2nd to 5th spots. The Finn just dropping back a little bit. It looks like Kasper Fosse really, leading this group out, looking very strong. We'll be making sure they're doing all their own orienteering at this point. But maybe they'll know they don't want to rely on it, but it does. It's a feature of a lot of these international relays, 3-man relays, that the end of the last leg is unforked. So maybe will they be thinking about that?
Yeah, they will be thinking about that, but they don't know when it starts to be unforked. So I think after the arena passage they are quite confident that it's unforked, but here before the arena passage I think they're still thinking that there is an option to come forking, and I think this was a small mistake here, at least a hesitation. And then of course at the arena passage there will be some coaching. They will hear the speaker, they will get the information about the standings, that they are, let's say, 40 seconds behind, maybe 35, and then they will just risk everything to come in contact with the leader again.
Because, yeah, Gustav Bergman is in catching distance, I think, and it's, I think, pretty rare that we see this many teams still in contention at this stage of a men's forest relay, and that is really exciting that they can all do something to try and make a gap over some of the others. I think Kasper Fosser is certainly trying to make a gap on the others, running really, really strongly, but he's got to get the right direction to get into this 15th control just before the arena passage. But it's, you know, this is pretty easy control. You're going to see those houses and the out of bounds area. It's going to kind of funnel you in between there.
But not a very good direction there.
Okay, he's going to turn. I think the Swiss Matthias Kibert has turned a little bit earlier. It's probably going to be quite good. But they as a group are... Would you rather be Gustav Bergman now out in the front, or would you rather be in that chase? Well, of course, you'd rather be in the lead, but
of course.
It does feel like that group are moving quicker than Gustav Bergman at
But
this
he doesn't
point.
know about that, really.
No.
He knows that he had some hesitation at control 14. But his position is clearly the best, because if he doesn't do a mistake, then he kind of can decide it by himself. At the same time, it's for sure it's sitting in the head that in this last part there we have seen many mistakes yesterday, and you have to be very careful.
Yeah, you have to be really careful. Gustav Bergman just coming through here, and now he knows this part of this race, you've got to keep it together. You've got to keep it solid there, and Kasper Fosser is through, then Matthias Kibert, then Max Petter Beimer, then Olli Ojanaho is off the back, and it's 18 seconds, and the Norwegian has put himself in the best place to chase down Gustav Bergman. It's only 18 seconds, and they'll get the indication that they know now what the gap is.
You could see Kiburtz turning his head up, looking for Gustav Bergman. So now they for sure know about the gap there. Per Forsberg was very clear about that. So that's for sure a very good information for them to get. Because I guess that they didn't have a clue about the standings really until control 15. And now it's very nervous for everyone here.
Well, we've got 5 teams, 4 nations, and 3 medals to award. So this is the nervous point, and especially having just seen Emil Svensk make a mistake at the highest point of this loop, then it's nervous times.
And very soon, I guess they will be able to see Gustav. It depends a bit on how good the visibility is, but once this happens, every little hesitation of Bergman will just let the others get closer and closer, and it's for him it's very difficult now. He's very aware of if he's not doing any hesitation, not doing any mistake, then he can win the race. But if he's doing the tiniest time loss, then it's just opening up for everyone else.
And obviously they're going slower because they're going up the hill, so they're getting closer together, but it does look like the chasing group are moving quicker than our leader. And I don't know if we did have some cameras in the forest for the first couple of legs in this loop, so I hope we'll be able to see what that gap is, and you just got to be careful to keep on that direction now.
You see that Kiburtz and Max Petter Beimer are running a bit on the path there, maybe trying to get the exact position where they leave the path there to get the right direction into the control. Let's see, here we have a camera indeed.
Here is the leader. It's just coming up the marsh.
Here is Fosser. I think he told the camera person to stay with him so that the others can't see him.
And that is not many seconds at all. Matthias Kiberts is also there. Max Petter Bejmer is in fourth, and we've lost the Finn. We've lost Oliver Yanaho off the back of that group. Now then, who's your money on in a sprint finish?
This is a tough one. If we really get a sprint finish where everyone punches the last control at the same time, then I would go for either Fosser or Kiburts.
That's what I would say as well. But
I'm not sure if we get there. Still a very good job by Gustav Bergman here.
Yeah, and he's dropping down into that little bit of marsh, undergrowth there. And this one, we have seen a lot of mistakes in this final part of the course. Yesterday, the middle distance, it was really tough. And for me, Switzerland, Sweden, just a bit off the line. Gustav Bergman needs to drop down a little bit more. Maybe he's going to see that
the
shape
direction
and
is
drop
not
down.
so good anymore.
No, but now I think he will drop down into that control. And he's really got to run for his life here. This is one of the closest relays we've seen in a long time here, with all these 5 teams fighting it out. So it looks
Finland,
like
I think, doing a
he's
small
got it, I
mistake
think.
there.
Yeah. And now they've got to go down to this 19th, keep the direction, keep where they're running well, and it's just this direction on leaving the 18th looks not great, and now he's looking good. Okay, right, we're waiting at the last control. Who can we see? There's somebody there. It's not the right team. It's not the right. Gustav Bergman looking a better line in there, but maybe Kasper Fosser just going quicker, I think, through there.
This looks very good for Sweden. He has good direction. It seems that he has control. He would say that Kasper Fosser is a bit off direction there. Kiburts maybe going a bit too much around there.
Here he is. There's Gustav Bergman. He's looking around to see. Oh my gosh, and it's going to be a sprint finish. The two of them together, Bergman and Fosser, both fighting it out all the way to the line. You would have put your money on Fosser, but Gustav Bergman has the advantage now, and he is looking quicker than the Norwegian. Gustav Bergman really fighting. Kasper Fosser is not going to be able to catch him, I think. And Gustav Bergman has held off the Norwegian to take the win here. Sweden taking the win. Norway in second place. And a sprint finish there. Matthias Kiberts just a little bit further behind. He crosses the line in third place. So Sweden, then Norway, then Switzerland. And that was a nervous last time, I think, for the last few runners. The teammates of Gustav Bergman on that first Swedish team, to see whether they'd be caught by Kasper Fosser. And yes, I was surprised. Yeah, it was so close. I thought Kasper Fosser would take that, but Gustav Bergman just slightly better right at the end. Sweden 3 into third place and Finland into fifth.
That was maybe one of the most impressive last loops I have seen in a relay ever. I mean, he had 18 seconds, he knew about this, and it's such a difficult terrain where everything is about direction and you can't do he was not allowed to do even the slightest kind of mistake, and he just kept everything together, got to the last control. Okay, he lost maybe 16 of his 18 seconds, but still he had 2 seconds left, and that's just amazing to do on the last loop like this. So that's really that was
you want someone
good.
Really solid on your last leg with all that pressure, with 4 teams behind you, to be able to keep it together. And he didn't look like he was moving the quickest, but just that kind of that last control, actually just having that better route, the better direction, just keeping ahead and pushing the right. And maybe Kasper Fosser was really chasing hard behind, and maybe that meant he didn't have quite that speed on the run-in, so just maybe pacing it well as well. But yeah, really strong start. And if we look back at Sweden 1 at the end of the first leg, they were in second place, 20 seconds behind Sweden 2. Then at the end of leg 2, Sweden 1 was in 3rd place, but only 13 seconds off the pace of Sweden 3, and that's where we saw kind of Simon Hector be kind of not the quickest, but not really again making too many mistakes, and that's why he's done the same as he did yesterday.
Exactly. Still, he was keeping his race together. He didn't do any big mistakes here. We have seen many runners losing it in the end or losing it at one of the controls, but he was very good technically, so he did his job very well here in his first ever first team relay for the Swedish national team.
And Gustav Bergman didn't have a clean run either. There was mistakes. What did we see? Mistakes at control number 2, kind of a little bit towards the end as well. But
the strange mistake.
Almost everybody was making mistakes. And,
It will be interesting to hear what kind of happened towards control 2 when he just changed direction at one point and then get back all the way. But otherwise, it's just the runner really, if you look back at the last relays during the last years, he has so many good races on last legs. It's so important for the team. Of course, there were some races where he had problems, but overall he's always there when they need him. And this, as I said before, this last loop here, that was just wow.
Yeah, that's a true mark of a great orienteer, when you're able to just kind of keep that cool when it really, really matters and you've got the most pressure on. You can see all his experience really paying off there. But what a dramatic just last leg of this men's relay. We had Fosse making mistakes. He was kind of closing up to the lead. We had a couple of big mistakes from Matthias Kiberts as well. It seemed like Ole Joenho didn't really seem to make too many mistakes, but just didn't quite have as high a speed as some of the others, and the lead just keeps on changing.
Yeah, it reminded me a bit of the relay at the World Champs 2011 in France. It felt in the women's relay, it felt as if every team was in the lead at one control at the last leg, and we had many changes here today as well. It was a very exciting race. Especially on this last leg here.
Okay, there's a group coming in here now. All fighting here. I think this is Havard Sandstad Eidsmo for Norway 3, who are up there quite a long way at the time. We have got Finland 2, Tippi Sirolainen there as well. We've got the second Swiss team with Noah Zbinden on the last leg. We've also got the second team that's the Estonian team. Lauri Sild there on the last leg for the Estonian team. So those top 10 teams with 5:28. And really it feels like there's not been too big gaps on this relay. A lot of groups doing really, really well, and maybe not. We have seen some big mistakes, but I think generally a little fewer than we saw in the middle distance. It seems to be generally a bit more visible and a bit easier the orienteering on this relay.
It's kind of typical that we've seen the big mistakes on the last leg. Well, of course, we didn't really see much of the first leg, but it's when the pressure on the runner gets higher in this kind of terrain and the visibility is low, then you can see more mistakes, I guess. And if you have the second leg, when you're in a group there, and then you're totally allowed to stay in the group, and it's fine to stick together to the others. So it's maybe easier to slow down a little bit when you start to get in trouble. But here on the last leg, first of all, you don't really know what the standings are when it changes so much, so you have no control over the position you're in, and then you do mistakes, you get unsure, then you see others doing mistakes and you have no idea, and it just gets so nervous, and things just start happen and happen again, and it's perfect for us. I'm sure it was fun to run as well for the athletes, but it's a tough one mentally to keep everything together here, for sure.
Yeah, so we had Sweden 3 in the lead, we've got Norway in the lead here, we had a mistake from Sweden 1, now we're seeing this big mistake from Norway, and Sweden 3 goes back into the lead again. Matthias Kiberts has a great start. I
mean, it just sums up as well with the knowledge of the last day of yesterday, for example, when you know that, okay, we will go the last loop into this area where many of us or many of the runners had big problems yesterday. They also know that Emil Svensk must have lost a lot of time in the end there, so they for sure are aware of that it's as tough as it was yesterday. Here you can see that Sunley Switzerland was in the lead, and we thought, okay, it's a minute gap there, maybe almost a minute, maybe he can get away. Maybe he's choosing to run around here, which now we look back maybe would have been a good option for him, because he's going to do a big mistake here. Now we have Max-Peter Beimer. He must have almost seen the control there, but missed it by more than a minute. Then here Kiburts was really lucky to get together again with Kasper Fosser. And then from here they were chasing down Gustav Bergman, or tried to chase him down, but he will keep this gap until the finish.
At that point, Finland were in second place, kind of seeming to avoid all the carnage that was going on around him.
18th position for Switzerland 3.
And at this point here, I really thought they would be able to close the gap to Gustav, especially after the small mistake here at control 14. Or not maybe a mistake, but a hesitation. To be able to keep this gap here on the whole last loop, that's really good. With all this pressure, with everyone, but also with he had the knowledge about the gap here. Also, the others had it, so.
And at this point, Kasper Fosser, even up at the top part of that slope previously, he'd put himself he'd fought his way to the start of that pack, that chasing pack, and was kind of leading that charge and leading that attack to try and catch Sweden. And it certainly means that he's putting himself in the best position for getting that silver medal, even if he doesn't manage to catch. And then here was just that slight further, they pretty much punched that last control at the same time.
He got a very good entrance there to the control, Kasper Fosser. It seemed very quick there in the very end.
Albert Idefelt, Simon Hector, Gustav Bergman, Sweden Team 1, the winner of the men's relay here in Idre today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Gustav Bergman, what a great show you gave us. Can you tell us about your race?
Yeah, I was very, very surprised when I came into the spectator run through here at the arena, because I was not at all satisfied with my performance. I made a big mistake already to the second control, and I thought for sure the race was over. And I had a difficult time to get back in the right mindset and focus on being running well and push in the forest. But then I ran a bit with Max Peter in our second team, and with Olli Ojanaho in the Finnish team. And when we turned back, I just thought, I need to push now, I need to go for it. And I got away from them, but then I haven't seen anyone, so I was completely sure that I was behind. I thought I was 2-3 minutes behind through the arena.
When did you realize you were number one? Yeah,
when our coach Håkan yelled at me that I'm in the lead. And at first I almost didn't believe him, but it was a pleasant surprise for sure. But and then the last loop is really tough. It's super difficult, vague terrain, and to be in front, 15 seconds behind of 3 or 4 guys pushing really hard. that's a difficult situation. And I'm really, really glad that I could keep my cool and get the controls.
Yeah, and at the end you were chased by Kasper Hallenfosser.
Yeah. I felt that I had good control over it, but then I didn't run perfectly to the last control, and I could tell that he pushed hard. But when he caught me at the last control, he was more tired than I was because he had pushed really, really hard in the end. So it was. I wouldn't say comfortable sprint finish, but it wasn't the toughest. It wasn't as tough as it would have been if we had like an equal start. So that was. It's a nice feeling to have like punching the last control first and feeling fresh.
Albert Idefelt, you did a great first leg. Can you tell us about your race?
It was a really good race. I'm really satisfied with the technical performance. Very good.
And Simon Hector, what were you thinking when you heard the speaker here and all the mistakes the runners did?
It was we didn't know exactly what was happening because we don't have a TV screen, so we were like, oh, now maybe not. So we were really happy to see Gustav in the lead here in the run through, and then of course even more happy when he came out first of the forest in the finish.
Yeah, Sweden, team number 1. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was really great to hear from the winning team then, and yeah, Gustav Bergman just didn't know that he was in that leading position until he come through that arena passage. But let's put that one to bed, and we will focus on the women's relay next. It's a pretty similar course to the men, a little bit shorter. Jonas, do you want to talk us through it again?
We have same forking here in the beginning, also same to the second one, third control, TV control, and also here we will head up into this slope where we have seen a lot of drama here on the last leg. Going back here, TV control at control 6 and then 7, and this triple forking again, as we've seen in the men's race, where there is an option to run around on the street. At least one of the options there, the B options. Again here, the blue option here is the last leg, so it's a bit longer than the first and the second leg. Then we have the arena passage here, and again out into this very tricky area. We've heard it from Gustav Bergman. It's tough there, it's hard to keep direction, so it's quite a similar leg as it's quite a similar course as the men's one.
Yep, so we've seen all the women getting ready and getting warmed up ahead of them starting out their relay. Again, who are we looking out for? We've got multiple teams per nation again.
Yeah, it's quite a similar situation as we had it in the men's race here. We have Switzerland and Sweden, maybe the biggest favorites. I would say that Sweden is the big favorite, even though they are missing Tove Alexandersson today. She had problems with this COVID infection after the World Championships and decided to not start today. We have Hanna Lundberg, the winner from yesterday, first time in the Swedish first team, together with Lisa Risby and Caroline Olsson. Beside that, those two teams, we have Norway, Finland, Russia is quite a good team as well.
Yeah.
Then the Switzerland second team and Swedish second team I would take on the list as well.
Yep, definitely. I'm sure those are the ones we'll be looking out for. Again, the last leg is the longest, but as you said, no Tove Alexandersson here today. She's a third and a fifth, and really saying she's experiencing the after effects of that COVID infection way more than she was expecting to, and just wants to take out some time now to recover, and maybe didn't want her to go kind of in that Swedish team, so she's not running at all. It's not even that she's just not in the first team, she's not running at all in this relay. It's a big loss for, well, is it a big loss for the Swedish team? Yes, but then also they've got so much strength and so much depth that they can still put together some really great performances. But all the women now here, ready, lining up, ready to go. We've got 35 on this start line, and a few mixed teams as well. So we will have the countdown and they will be straight out into the forest. There they go. They unfurl their maps and take the first look at the course that they're going to run. And Eleanoros, Finns, Swiss already out there taking the leading part of this race as they head out towards the start point and then first control. And as you said, quite a lot of this most of the parts of this course is pretty much the same as the men's here. And they will head now straight out. We'll pick them up as they come through this forest, cross the road for their first control. The first control is a forked control, so you've got to keep on your direction, check your descriptions really well. And this is them now climbing up here. Jana Shikova from the Czech Republic has gone out really hard here at this point. We've got Lotta Kaula as well from Finland, also having a really good start. We've got Victoria Heistad Bjornstad in the leading out the Norwegian team. Adela Indrakova there for the Czech team. Number 7 is Denmark, Ida Egevig Christiansen, very still kind of young developing Danish team there, and now they will drop back down this slope and then cross over. We're behind Emma Biesmo there for the second Swedish team, and they've got Emma Biesmo, Joanna Aubert, and finishing off with Sarah Hagström. So we're actually a really, really strong second team for Sweden. I think they could really match their first team and put in a great performance. So a lot of these athletes are, as we can see, sticking closely on a longer time on this road before diving into the forest. You can see the visibility from the road isn't that great.
Here we have the GPS tracking, a replay from the start, and this is the first leg.
And as you can see that, of course, depending on which forking you have here, you can stay on the road for a longer time. If you have the B option, you can stay on it for quite some time there, almost all the way to this path leaving. Of course, not all the way there, but you can also use this hill on the left side as an attack point. See, Norway left the road very early, already before the marsh.
Sweden won, Lisa Risby with the B control, the blue one. And we can see also from this.
Looks good for most of the teams here.
There's a few Denmark, Austria, they have B, and they're looking quite a bit off. Maybe getting pulled. You can see Austria there getting pulled into that first control. That's Karina Polzer on the first leg for Austria. Now, Denmark makes the correction a bit quicker.
And it's exactly what I mentioned before for Austria. If you would just have stayed a little bit longer on the road just to get everything sorted out, maybe use this hill on the left side there, or if she is very nervous, even go all the way until the path leaves the road there, just to get a good entrance to the first control.
Behind Finland 3, Kirshinomi. Serena Kibbutz we just saw there. Here's the Russian team, Anastasia Rudnaya. They've got, you mentioned them already, Jonas, Svetlana Mironova, and then finishing with Natalia Gempela. Miranova's had certainly some really good results, and Rudnaya looked to be going well, but I think made a mistake in the last part of the course as well. So that's a really strong team. Jana Shikova there in the second Czech team, Serena Jens, not Serena Kibbutz.
The second control.
See here Norway going quite long way through the marsh there, heading a bit more south than the other teams.
A little bit more to the right here, to the second control. As the Gaffel C, as you can see.
We will see them again at the third control, and we could really see the impact of this forking on the first leg, with those having control B getting there just a little bit later. So maybe it's a good thing to have this B control early on in this race. Kind of get that long forking out of the way.
Yeah, of course, because at the first control the B option is quite easy and quite fast, and then you have many of the B runners in front of the pack here, so the runners behind can kind of take their back and try to get closer, which is usually a bit easier to do than defend kind of the lead there. And then you have the B control here, which is clearly further away, the third control. So then after having helped the others a little bit with the speed, then you have to fight back and get on the longer option here. So now they should start to split up here, latest here. See Elena Roos heading towards A,
which is the green one. And Norway,
see that Sweden too, getting closer to the control, bit hesitating as it looks. Also Sweden won.
Oh yeah.
Not really in the circle yet. Switzerland punching, Russia punching. I think this is a mistake here for the two Swedish teams. Now it
And
seems
nobody yet has got B.
No.
Sweden won in the best position to do that, Lisa Lisby.
Yeah.
I think she's got better direction there. All right, here's control 3, and I think everybody who's had B will be even more down than we expected. Here's Elena Ross first through here, followed by Anastasia Rudnaya. And Teresa Shikova is there too. We've got Lotta, no, it's not Lotta Kola, it's the second Finnish team there. Vera Klemetinen in there too, Grace Malloy in 6th, Kirshinomi the third Finnish team in there as well. And I still don't think any of these had B. And Drakova, the first Czech team through. And Estonia. Nina Strand on the third Swedish team. And yes, we still haven't seen anybody through who's had B. Let's have another look. What happened?
Yeah, now take a look at everyone with B is following the others, or at least got secured by the others, heading more to the south. Sweden 1, Sweden 2, Finland, Switzerland 2, Denmark. Yeah, they lost about a minute there.
But you can
Another
see
small mistake there, getting a bit too high up.
More than 1 minute there on the B gaffel.
Looks good.
A little bit longer, of course, but it was
Oh, Finland still looking for A there. That's a big mistake.
ooh, that's a big mistake.
climbing up to this area.
That is really tough. And yeah, it's hard to say how much of that was on the forking itself and how much was on those mistakes. And it didn't really feel like they followed the others, but they just weren't on the line. And it's kind of hard to know why they've gone that far across, because there are lots of features on the way into B that you can use to help you get up there.
It's kind of this start like nervousness going on there. You're in the group and then you start to feel that the runners from the A and C options start to drag towards the right, and you kind of you have the feeling that you have to go to the left, but it's hard to know, because I mean in this case here no one went to the left. So if you had the B option, and then you start thinking, am I really the only one having to go to the left? That's not possible, because someone else has to have the B option, and it gives this kind of chain effect that no one goes to the left there.
And now they're all making their way up this climb, and this is the steepest slope, I think, of all three competitions we've had. This climb up towards the fourth controls. That's certainly what the course setters were saying the other day to us, that we've had lots of climb, this is the steepest bit.
And then right after the steepest climb you will have the most difficult part technically of the course, which forked as well, so it's quite a challenge here.
Yeah, that's been a real feature of all of the courses, is let's make you climb a big hill and then give you some really difficult controls. I mean, yeah, that's why they're really tough and technical courses, because the course setters have done mean things like that.
Yeah, I mean, you can either do it like this or then give the most difficult controls in the downhill. This usually is also a good source for mistakes.
Okay, so we've seen the first, I'm taking a look at our tracking. It looks like the tracking's not really working on the web, which I think is on the stream, which is why we're just showing you some pictures of some spectators. There's a mistake for, I think, Yana Shikova maybe into the A control. Russia going quite high into the C control. Looks like it's okay for Switzerland into the B control. Eleanor Ross, they're leading that one. And I think it's putting Grace Malloy into the top 3 position. She's already had the A control.
Russia followed to the wrong control there. B option, of course, it's on the way towards the C option, but still, if you go all the way to the control, it kind of shows that you're not 100% sure about direction or about the distance.
But it looks like Eleanor Ross has got a gap now on some of the others. She's got B really strong, looking on a good line to the control number 5 at B. We've got Finland 2 still in there as well. That
Russian
is,
doing a
of
mistake.
course, Vera Klemetinen. Russia in a mistake.
Sweden
GB1
also
are in
hesitating.
second.
Sweden hesitating together with Russia there. at
And this is the control, the C control, where Foster was made a mistake. So we know that because he was so close to that, but the visibility must be so low at that particular point. Okay,
so
now we can have a look at what we've been seeing.
So take a look now at Russia and Sweden. If you can spot them in the group here.
And Elena Roos in lead at the first TV split, 5 seconds down to Russia, 8 seconds down to Czech Republic to Teresa.
There we have Switzerland with B and Russia with C. You can see that Russia is following to control B, hesitating a bit now, staying here together with Sweden. Then Sweden got the control, so Russia.
And also Teresa Janošíková with A. And they are on the way down now to the 6th control and the 2nd TV split very soon.
Yeah, so we'll soon see them at the 6th control, and this is where the women's course goes a little bit shorter than the men's. And this is where there's like this little ponds and a cliff, and we've got Switzerland, Britain, Czech 2, Finland 2, all kind of pretty close together, heading down this slope towards the 6th control. Okay, this is the 6th control, and it looks, I think we'll probably see the Swiss Elena Roos in here first. They should be coming from the left into this control at the bottom of this crag. I can hear something. So Elena Roos is here. And Grace Malloy as well, Vera Klemetinen, Teresa Janošíková. So there's a group of kind of 4 there. Elena Roos with a 17th and a 13th place in the 2 competitions. Kirsi Nomi here for the team Finland 3. They'll have another common control down now into 7. But this is a pretty significant group of 5 here. We're looking. Oh, someone's just overshot this a bit. Is that a Denmark top?
Danish,
or
yeah, think so.
Or a Russian top. Russians are also in red, and a lot of them going too high here. But it is that's Lisa Risby then for Sweden there, followed by Emma Biesmo, Sweden 2. Adela Indrakova for the Czech Republic. There's Lina Strand for Sweden 3. Can't go down over that crag.
Yes, she can.
And actually quite a lot have overshot it then, including Denmark. There's Cecilia Anderson for GB2. Anastasia Rudnaya, she's dropped quite a few places then. As we saw her, she was following to B and then dropping down a bit. Serena Kiberts is there for Switzerland 2. And we haven't seen the Dane who's overshot it as well.
Still doing a mistake. Quite a big one actually. Danish 2nd team.
Denmark 2 is Cecilia Friberg-Klusner.
So
and
now
here again.
Towards the next control.
Oh, yes, and we have seen a mistake there from Elena Roos. She's just stayed in this re-entrance and she's gone too far down. You can see there that she has made a mistake here. So the lead changes, and now Teresa Janošíková for Czech 2. The 2nd Czech teams have both been doing well on the first couple of legs in the men's and the women's relay, but a mistake there for Elena Roos. She has realised, though, she's coming back up, but losing at least 30 seconds then on that mistake, if not 40 seconds. And you can see that next chasing group on the approach to that control. Here they are. Here's Lisa Risby leading the charge. Adela Indrakova in there as well. The other 2 Swedes, Biesmo and Strand there. But Lisa Risby leading through this group here, and they've also caught some more time. At this point, they're only 22 seconds behind Switzerland. Rudnaya is in there. Kiberts. And now they head back towards another tricky area where this is where we've seen this leg kind of back northwest. Some of them taking the road. Looks like everybody in the leading group is going straight at the moment. And this is a mistake you can see.
Yeah, following this, going to the wrong, towards the wrong depression down there. Well done by the runners behind. Elena Rose not following her here.
Some more teams.
Here's some more chasers. Looks like Spain. And Isabel Toledo there. And the Danish team. Ida Egervig Christiansen. And I'm not sure whether Cecilia Friberg-Klusner has managed to find the 6th control yet. She has, I think, and is on her... Oh, yeah, she has, but she's also made a mistake to number 7. So she'll soon be at the 7th control. And again, you can kind of see there's 2 groups there. Maybe Switzerland actually catching back up there. It's really strong legs of Elena Ross has caught back up to some of those, that kind of leading group of 4. So go back to a leading group of 5. There's Cecilia Friberg-Klusner after that mistake.
Belgium, it is Marin Cillian who's running the first leg for the Belgian team.
And you see that the first group there is following this vegetation border,
As you can see,
using this as a kind of a line pointing into the right direction.
Yeah, they're using it kind of as a handrail, just keeping it to their right, and they need to know there'll need to be a couple of contours below it. And this section proved very tricky for the men on the second half of, on the last leg particularly. Czech one, Indrakova going a different way. Great Britain's got C. In fact, all of that group apart from Finland 2 have got C. So there's 4 of them with C and Finland have B. They've just got to be aware of not kind of climbing up too high, I think, on this slope.
They will soon be able to see those stones there. Well done by Finland so far. Now stopping a bit early there. Now getting the control, I guess.
C also, red one.
How does it look there behind? Does everyone punch the control? Looks like that. No, Sweden 2 has to go to C.
The 9th control, the next one after these 3 controls, we have the next TV split.
That group of 4 all going to C, look reasonably under control. Now this is where Matthias Kibert's made this mistake. He went up on this spur to the north of where they are now.
Maybe Vera Clementinen is the first one to approach this TV split, the next here, because she has already punched her control. But there should be some more, I believe. Also Sweden, 1 there, Lisa Risby.
And I think, yeah, those who've not got C are kind of catching up a little bit more now. Like Sweden 1 and 2. Actually, Sweden 2 has C, but Sweden 1 has A. They've already punched out the control, as well as Czech 1.
Stark is running for Germany this first leg. Vera Clementinen is running pretty good.
And now looks like that group of punch C. They've got to be careful not to get too high.
Together there with Emma Bjessmo also for Sweden.
And we've got another camera member at this next control.
The next control, the next TV split.
Number 9.
Number 9, here it is. It is Adela Indrakova, Czech Republic, and Vera Clementinen from Finland. It is also Lisa Risby, Sweden. And also Lina Strand, Sweden, and Russia 1 with Anastasia Rodnaya. The southern...
Okay, let's have a look. Here's control number 9. Here we go. We've got, this is Grace Malloy here, Teresa Yanashikova there as well. So Yanashikova first, Malloy, Klemetinen, Vera Klemetinen in there as well. Lisa Risby has caught up a few places. Eleanor Ross still in about 4th. Indrakova catching up a bit. Biesmo there as well. And now what was 2 groups has essentially come back to being 1 group again. Although quite spread out, Rudnaya towards the end, Kiberts towards the end. But those 11 runners there within 19 seconds. And that is pretty interesting to see. They kind of split up after that first one and have come back together again. They've got another forked control now next.
What happened with Victoria Hesta Björnstad and Lotta Karola? Maybe we will have an answer now when we are looking at the GPS.
See here, we see that Finland one did a big mistake to this second control there.
Norway with A, no problem for the first A there. Maybe here something.
Norway, we're looking for Victoria Hesta Björnstad. There we go.
For Norway,
You can see Lotta Karola.
getting to the C option,
Problems there in the slope.
then to the B option, and finally to the A option here. So she lost a lot of time up there in this slope.
With mistakes there between the...
Any more mistakes for Finland 1? No, seem to have done okay. Ouch. But that puts the Norwegian team, one of those we were going to put in chance of a medal. But actually the Norwegian team if you remember back to the World Champs relay, they fought back from some big mistakes to take good spots there. This looks like Adela Indrakova here, Emma Biesmo, I think, there, or Lisa Risby. My picture's not good enough for me to tell. It's Emma
Biesmo, it is.
And they're looking for their control 10. It's forked controls here. So there's 2 options. You can see the visibility is pretty good. And Switzerland 2, I think that was with a mistake, went to B before A, but good for Czech 1, Finland 2, Sweden 2, Switzerland 1. They all had B successfully. GB 1, Czech 2 all successfully had A, so they're looking pretty good. And here is Lisa Risby and Lina Strand, Sweden 1 and 3. And they, I think maybe some mistakes there. Maybe they went to A first, or they've certainly dropped a bit back. Let's have a look and see if we can decipher what happened, because I think this was pretty chaotic actually here.
See, there's one group going to the left of this pond. Of course, you should have option A if you do that. Then, as you mentioned, Switzerland 2 getting to the wrong forking first. Heading back then. And there we have group now in the lead with Czech Republic, Sweden 2, Finland and Switzerland.
Argentina heading into the finish. Great to see in that combination team together with one Swede, Victor Svensk and Clemens Wolfram.
All of them 4 in the lead there. Czech Republic 1, Sweden 2, Finland 2 and Switzerland 1 with the B option to the next control.
And then we have the arena passage after this one.
Sweden first team has to go to the A option.
And 29 minutes running right now for the women.
It's good here. Sweden 1 actually a bit too far to the right here. There's There's a risk that they will follow to the B option.
And it's some with A also. A is the green one.
Yeah, I think you can see a lot of those who've got A are kind of following that trail to B, but now Sweden won. Lisa has been making good direction choice, noticing how the others had gone to B, looking good.
Right direction into A.
And now I think the others are also making a better direction towards A, but not quite as decisively, maybe as quickly as Lisa Risby. And now she's pretty much neck and neck, or even ahead of the other teams. Switzerland in there, Czech Republic, Sweden 2, Finland 2. And now they're on their way, of course, through to the arena passage. So we will see what really is still a big group of women here through this arena passage. And then you really sort out who can orienteer on this last section, really vague orienteering, and I would be surprised if we don't see any more mistakes. If we don't see any mistakes at the end of this first leg.
It's kind of a similar situation as in the race before. After the first leg there, we had many teams up in the top, quite many groups there, and then on the second leg it kind of started to sort itself out a little bit. We got fewer teams in the lead. Many of the second and third teams lost a little bit of time, so it will be interesting to see if something similar will happen here.
Some from Cecilia Anderson there for Great Britain 2. She is behind the group. I think Swiss 2 right now is frozen. Also Finland 3, it is Kirsi Nurmi. Also a little bit behind right now, I believe. Yes, indeed. But very soon the punch from
Russia 1 have also managed to catch up there in that group. Sweden 3 just hanging off the back. So we're really shortly going to see them through this arena passage. Get an indication of kind of who is exactly where in this group. And you know that if you're in this leading group, in touch with the leading group at this point in the relay, then that's really, I think you're having done your job well for a first leg relay team. What you've got to do is just keep yourself in contention. Don't do anything crazy and stay in the pack. That's really the job of the first leg relay runner,
I think everything within 1 minute is a very good job here. Of course, now we're at the arena passage, and it's tempting to think that you have done a great race so far, or a good job so far, but you have to keep the technique together all the way around, because we have seen big mistakes even on the last loop.
All right, Lisa Risby leading it out on this last loop on the first leg of the women's relay. Elena Ross from Switzerland is chasing, so too there Emma Biesmo. Vera Klemetinen from Finland 2 is there. Adela Indrakova alongside her. Those two running together 10 seconds down. Then we've got another gap down to Rudnaya from Russia. And she's another kind of 10 seconds back. There's a few groups of 10 seconds in between. Tereziana Shikova there, another 7 seconds down. Here she is. So two Czechs quite close up there. Grace Malloy there in 8th spot. Another 7 seconds down. And another, maybe I think Serena Kibert's there in for 9th spot, and alongside Lina Strand, so the third Swedish team. So all three Swedish teams are in the top 10, and yeah, to be at this point within a minute is pretty solid running. So that is a great start for all of these teams, and now they are heading up the hill towards this control. Some sticking longer, I think, on the path than others, as we can see, and I think Eleanor Ross is staying longer on the path, where we can see Lisa Risby has hit the forest a little bit earlier.
This first control here is not very difficult. You can see the small house there just by the stream. It gives you a good indication about both direction and distance. Be interesting to see the next control, because in the men's race the control was located a bit higher up the slope, so maybe if there are a few tracks there, it's tempting to go a bit to the right, climbing up the hill a little bit more, and that would be crucial, of course. Not a good thing if you get lost up in this hill there.
Passing through, and 1:59 behind Sweden in 12th position for Great Britain too.
Now it's very important when they leave this path there that they have a good direction, because there aren't many features on the way to the control to kind of correct your direction. You have a small marsh coming, but we have been talking about this earlier. It's quite wet in this lower part of the map, so there's a risk that you have more, that it's very hard to see the marshes, or of course not, it's not hard to see them, but they might be bigger, or there might be some additional parts which are kind of wet in the forest, so it's hard to figure them out. And when you look at this here, there's only this marsh that will be crossing very soon to get an indication about the direction, and then you won't get any help anymore until the control.
Well, Lisa Disby is leading that group out, and she looks like she's got her direction really spot on. We can see Switzerland 1, Sweden 2, a little bit kind of off slightly, but I'd imagine they'd be kind of keeping a half an eye on Lisa Disby to see if she gets it. Of course, they don't actually know that it's a common control at this point. The next control, in fact, is forked, so that's going to be tricky to see, but certainly Lisa Disby looks spot on. The others going a long way, going quite off.
A little bit.
I'm surprised.
I was talking about maybe there are tracks up there, because there was the men's control higher up in the hill. But here is Lisa Disby, and this looks good. Very confident here. No one else to see.
Looks very good. She's just had a really great line up to that control when Sweden 2 and Switzerland, these two, Emma Biesmo here and Eleanor Ross, just kind of, you can see her looking around quite a lot and being very careful through that control. She wants to check it is actually hers. Just were quite off in their line and dropping back as a result. Finland 2, Vera Klemetinen, also looks a bit offline, the same as these two we've just seen. So she has to kind of correct that one quite a lot. Everybody else not looking too bad. Eleanor Ross then through here, and they will go down. They're going down the slope to either a boulder or a wet pit. All looking pretty solid, and we're looking back now at the hill. Is this Rudnaya? As it is for Russia, and we've got Czech Republic and Drakova here. And actually, we want to have a look at Sweden 1 on the tracking, because there is maybe a mistake here, and we can see her there. She's just by this marsh, but actually she's now kind of got this re-entrant, and I'm sure I don't think it'll be it's not too big a mistake, but actually she's now lost the lead, and that's really crucial. Is this also a mistake from Switzerland? No, they've got the other control, that's why.
And it was very lucky for Sweden there, because she got a lot of help of this marsh there. Could have been much more difficult to get back if it would have been as open as everywhere else there in this area.
38.5 minutes running right now.
Okay, nearly then into the last control. Really close toward the end, and we do have Sweden and Switzerland, both their first teams out in the lead at the moment. Sweden 2 really close there, and I'm sure very soon we'll be able to get pictures from this last control. Here it is. It's just to the left of the picture, and we're looking out into the forest to see who we can see first. We should maybe, is it going to be a blue shirt or a red shirt we see first? There we go. And this looks like, yes, Lisa Risby for Sweden going in first. She will hand over to yesterday's winner, Hanna Lundberg. We've got Eleanor Ross. She's going to hand over to Sabine Hausfrit, such a strong and stable runner normally. And we've got Emma Biesmo. She will hand over to Joanna Oberg. So Sweden won. Lisa Risby's been really solid and stable. She's going to hand over there to the tall 19-year-old, the surprise winner. And she yells something out. She passes on some sort of message there about the forest or what to do. The other, Emma Biesmo, does the same. They're both handing over messages, and they will go out into the terrain. So Yana Shikova then here from the Czech Republic has actually called up some time in the end, so that's pretty good from her. In fact, she's overtaken her teammate and hands over as well. So Czech Republic 2, handing over to Lenka Meklova there. With Naya over to Mironova, and we also have for the first Czech team in Drakova over to Kosovo. Jens will hand over as well. Fiona Bunn gets handed over from Grace Malloy, and we also have Finland 2, Vera Klemetinen, handing over as well. So a flurry of teams. Vera Klemetinen handing over to Amy Newman. This is Lina Strand, the third Swedish team, and she will hand over to Andreas Svensson as well. So goodness me, we have those 10 teams within a minute, and all of those are still in touch, and that was what makes, it's going to make this relay really, really exciting.
It is quite similar to the race you have seen before. We have now this group of 10 teams, kind of got away from the others, and now I'm sure they will try to, or we will see it kind of teams dropping off this group, and then we will have hopefully an exciting race on the last leg again.
Here's the GPS tracking from the start of the second leg. And Hanna Lundberg is now running for Sweden 1.
Hanna Lundberg opened this race very aggressively.
Then we have Switzerland, Sabine Hausfrit, and Sweden
Heading to C.
Johanna Öberg.
Yep, let's cut in
So
on the green section.
We have all three options here in this first group.
Switzerland 3 in 28th position, 20 seconds behind.
And now you've started getting those gaps, and I think things will start to get a bit more chaotic.
Finland 3 with Annie Hampe on the second leg. And now we take a closer look.
Now we see that she
Hanna Lundberg
gets to the wrong control first, but yeah, she has control over the situation still. Bit wrong direction in there for Switzerland. She has to turn up a little bit. That's not good.
No. Hausfrit making a mistake then to the first control.
Oh, now turning to the
others who
wrong
have B are looking
working.
much better.
Running to the C control, but she has B. Now she has the turn.
No, now she's got to try and relocate and figure out what's going on. And Sweden 1 and Sweden 2 both together now as well, heading across this, and that's probably useful for them. They'll be able to work together and get across to the next control that will help spur them on to be racing each other. Here we can see the two runners there. And the gap between Sweden and Sweden 2 was 6 seconds at the exchange. And Hanna Lundberg, we can now really for the first time see her actually live in the forest because she'd been starting so early. Remember, she was the first starter yesterday number 1 on her bib, and she ended up taking the win. I mean, an incredible story. And we actually discussed, didn't we, Ernest, but yesterday, where do you put Hanna Lundberg in a team? Do you pick her for the first team? What leg do you put her on? I guess this is the first time she's had to deal with being, well, you know, one of the favourites, among one of the favourites, and that expectation being put on her. But she's looking really strong through here.
I mean, it's a very special situation, especially if you have a team like the Swedish team where you have, you could almost pick anyone and still have a strong team. And then you have this junior coming into, winning one of the competitions, kind of a surprise. And what would you do? I mean, you can put on a more experienced runner, or should you pick the junior and give her a chance? And I think it's totally right to give her the chance to run in the first team here, because she is running so good in the long distance and in the middle distance. It would have been interesting to see which leg she would have gotten if Tove Alexandersson had been running today, if it would have been the second leg or even the first leg then. But I think for her, it's a good thing to get the second leg. The first one is very nervous. It's good to be a little bit more experienced, maybe, to run this one. On the second one, when everything is getting a bit calmer in the forest, you have not as many teams around you. It's easier to focus on your own race, and I think that's, for her, that's a good situation now as well. She's only one other team around, and that's her teammate, so it's for the situation here is very good for her right now.
I think of all of the relay legs, number 2 maybe has the least pressure, but
it's
still,
I don't think it's about the pressure, it's more about how nervous the situation is out there. I mean, the pressure is really high. If you do a mistake on the second leg, it might be over. If you do one on the first leg, you still have 2 legs to get back into the fight. But it's less nervous, and it's easier to focus on your own run, and I think that's very important for her to get into the competition. And once she is in there, she knows, I mean, she can handle this kind of terrain that she has proven yesterday and on Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. And the 2 Swedes are still close together. They have got the different controls, though. Hanna Lundberg has C, and Janet Aubert has A. The Czech team with Denisa Kosova have B, looking pretty good as well. Switzerland,
look at
2.
Switzerland there. Not good. And you can also see Switzerland 1 there. Sabine Haus lost a lot of time at the first control.
And again, we've got this question about the B control, where we saw a lot of people losing time. A, because the forking's a bit longer, but B, because they made a mistake. But this one, Denisa Kosova looks much more in control here on the approach into B than we saw all the others earlier. So remember, we've got a camera at 3. We'll be able to see them through again. And these 2 Swedes actually looking really, really close together. In fact, we can see them both approaching this control pretty much at the same time. Joanna Aubert maybe just taking this one slightly in the lead, and will be a couple of paces ahead of Hanna Lundberg. And then they go through to the next stage of the forking. And Switzerland 2 with C managed to, it's hard to know whether they've lost time on the route choice. It doesn't really seem like many mistakes were made. Czech 2 have B, so in fact both the Czech teams have B. That
looks like an injury. I had the feeling that that you
Yeah,
could
she
see it
made-
on the first leg,
yeah.
and you could hear it as well, that she was in pain.
Yeah, hopefully there's not too much damage done. We're still waiting for the next teams into this third control. So at the exchange, it was Sweden, Switzerland, Sweden, and then another kind of 20 seconds back to the next group, but the gap has grown a lot. So really good start from a couple of Swedes. Amy Nyman for the second Finnish team is in there. Mironova fighting 2. Andreas Svensson for Sweden 3, and Paula Gross. But obviously the big miss and everything was for Sabine Hausfried on the first control, and she has dropped down a lot. She's now also got the B forking, which is a little bit longer. So she has dropped down from second place at the exchange and dropping even more now. This is Kosovo. And I think there's mistakes going on for Great Britain and for Czech too. And they're both looking for different controls. Let's have a little look, catch up about what happened here.
See, that's a good direction for both of the Swedish teams, even though they had different controls there. So see that Switzerland too, not really on direction there, losing a little bit of time for sure. Also see that Kosovo heading very well towards control B. Now take a look at Great Britain.
I
think Fiona Bunn was really close to C, just a little bit low, and then has gone to the right and not really recovered much from that. Czech 2 also, well, they had B and not. Did they make it to B?
Czech 1 did a small mistake up there as well. Czech 2.
Let's see now.
There to get C as well.
We have Sweden 2, Johanna Öberg with the C.
No, they
Anna
should
Lundberg with
get
A,
it,
the first
I
one,
guess.
the green one.
Yeah, I think so.
And Russia with Svetlana Mironova, B, the blue one.
And then everybody's climbing now up to the fourth controls. This really, really steep slope. And
Öberg with C.
it's still Johanna Öberg leading. She's got C. And Hanna Lundberg has got A, so she just needs to recognise she's at the bottom of this little spur and head up towards the control itself. But I feel like she's a little bit too low. She needs to look up and notice that she needs to head up there.
Yeah, but looks like she's aware of that she's closer to the control. Slowing down a bit.
Yeah,
Now
there we go.
punching.
And that's kind of the technique and the tactic she was talking about after her win yesterday.
That was the strength she had during this weekend. It seems as if she is very well aware of when she starts to lose control over the situation. Then she stops and relocates at the exactly right time, so she can avoid this very big mistakes, at least so far. Heading down quite much now.
The both Swedish runners, Johanna Öberg and Hanna Lundberg.
And then, but you can hopefully tick off all those cliffs. And Switzerland won really low in the slope here.
Yeah.
For Sabine Hausfried. And maybe Switzerland 2 also making a mistake. Yeah, I think there's a mistake from Switzerland 2.
There, or we lost
Paula Gross.
connection with Johanna Öberg.
I think the GPS stopped for Johanna Öberg just before this quite difficult control.
I think we lost the connection with Johanna Öberg.
Yeah, we lost that connection, so we don't know. Hopefully we'll get it back and see the routes, because this one we've seen before is deceptively tricky.
It's a tough direction where Hanna Lundberg is coming from now towards control A. It would have been better for her to be a bit lower to get this cliff there and the stone. So I think she is a bit too high there. There's a risk that she will do a mistake here. Maybe she will follow Johanna Öberg down now.
But no issues for Sweden too. Just looking backwards and a bit of a hesitation, maybe Switzerland 2 into B, just kind of, she was a bit high of A, dropping down, and it just like looks a bit of nervousness, but looks like, yes, no problem for Lundberg into 5 in the end. It was a bit high, but knew she had to drop down after seeing that re-entrant with the little marsh, the linear marsh in there.
Once again, she could react just in time there before she was doing a big mistake.
And I'm looking, yeah.
You were right, Sabine Hauswirth is very low there in the slope. Of course, she has to head towards the C option, but we have seen everyone else just staying on the red line there, more or less.
Yeah, and you get a lot more if you stay on the red line and you've taken it. Obviously, you don't know that they're there, A and B. You've got those features to kind of mark off the whole way, and surely makes your entrance to C a lot easier. Whereas coming from this low, it's got to be surely quite tricky. Okay, now looking at the lead. Hanna Lundberg going all the way down the slope. I think this is what we saw maybe Gustav Bergman doing, a few of the men doing, like going down the slope and then you know where it kind of flattens off. That's where you're going to go. You've got to be careful not to overshoot here. This is Johanna Öberg, and she's made pretty good work of this control. Number 6. And then number 7, we also have a camera at, and just got to... We are waiting then for the second placed team.
No, actually, I think she's doing a mistake here.
Yeah, I think she is.
Getting to these cliffs, let's hope for her that she can relocate here. Yeah, it looks as if she was able to sort it out. At least heading towards the right direction, maybe even seeing Johanna Öberg leaving the control there.
Let's have a look. Here she is. And I've got to say, I mean, so far, strong relocation skills, because it's hard to relocate in areas like this or use that to your advantage, to be honest, when everything looks the same. And when you're a good orienteer, it's maybe not a skill you have to use that much. So she's actually done really good.
But actually this place here, it's a bit surprising that she's doing a mistake here, because as you said before, you could just drop down until it flattens up and then just follow the line kind of towards the control. And I don't really know what she was thinking, where she was when she was running over this plateau to the next cliffs. But in the end, she lost like 45 seconds. So, yeah, it was a mistake, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, absolutely. And we again have Sweden in all of the top 3 spots. Kosovo's just punched. There's Johanna Öberg into the 7th control. There are no problems into that one. And looks like Hanna Lundberg is chasing pretty well. We've had Russia. We've had Switzerland 2 into the 6th at the that crag and the pond that we've seen. And we're waiting now for Lundberg, and she's
doing another mistake, quite similar to the one Elena Roos did on the first leg. Just heading
she
down
is.
this re-entrant.
Yeah, with the control itself, even though it's in this depression, it's on the spur, so you've really got to be careful not to kind of get dragged down into that re-entrant, which is exactly what she's done, and she's lost another 10 seconds there on that leg. But actually, there's loads of athletes who are making a mistake on this one. Let's have a look at what happens. So this is a mistake from Hanna Lundberg, the purple. She just kind of dropped onto that terrace and then kind of kept going for a bit. Didn't really have control, maybe bounced back off those crags into the control. Bit better there. See, a lot of what the others have done, which has come down to the bottom of that slope, they've managed to execute that one much better.
Now look at both Hanna Lundberg and the group behind. They don't have a good direction out from the control there. Many mistakes here.
Yeah, all sorts of mistakes there. Kosovo through, Miranova through. Yeah, all of those making mistakes.
So you see that Johanna Öberg has the option A and Hanna Lundberg B. I think the route choice around would only be an option to control C, so no surprise that they run straight on here. It will be interesting to see what these two smaller mistakes will do with the confidence, with the self-confidence of Hanna Lundberg. Will she be able to kind of refocus and get those controls coming in a good way, or will she slightly start to doubt and try to kind of put in some extra meters, to put in some extra safety here?
Very impressive here from Johanna Öberg. No problem.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to tell what she can do in this position, and she's not used to being in a position like that, but Öberg looks like she's got A pretty solidly, I think. We don't have Sweden 3 on the position. They went through control number 7 in third place. I think only about 30 seconds off the pace of Sweden 1. So they're kind of in third place currently.
And if I could choose here which control I would like to take, then I would take control A for sure, because then you have the shortest part. I mean, this is a very detailed area coming, and if you have it at the beginning, then you can kind of take direction out of it and push hard, but you don't have to be very, very, what should I say, exact in your orienteering. You can kind of go in this direction running, and if you have C, you have to start reading the map very carefully, every detail, until you get to the control, almost all the way through, so you can make a difference in the running speed you can have in this section.
Yeah, you can just head close enough in the right direction and sort things out a bit more when you get close to the control itself. So, yeah.
Of course, it's a very risky thing to do, to just run out too fast without really controlling, especially when it's so dense and everyone knows what kind of mistakes you can do. But next control is also quite close to a road, and you have this pond behind. Of course, you don't want to miss it, but it would be quite easy to relocate in that area. And you get this on the way between option A and control 9. You have this pond in the middle, you have a green section there, you have two quite big hills in the middle where you can run in between, more or less where Hanna Lundberg is at the moment. So it is it's not too difficult to leave control A and have good direction toward control 9. On the other hand, it's much more challenging to read your way in all the way and exactly know at all time where you are until control C.
Okay, this is control number 9. Here's our leader. Joanna Åberg is looking pretty good. You can just see how well she's looking at the map on the way into the control. It means that she's really good. Just checks the punch has registered and very solidly through. So that's her. And then we've got again the little forkings through at the 10th control. We will
Interesting route there by Switzerland's second team.
To the 9th control.
It is an option to go out there. I would prefer maybe to stay a bit closer to the hill and not run it so straight out. But let's see, maybe it's paying off.
Hanna Lundberg here, and she's caught up 30 seconds then on the lead. Maybe just a little bit under that, but she was over a minute down at the last TV split. So has had a good kind of section through here to the 9th control, and now you can see Sweden 2's got A, Sweden 1's got B, so that's, I think, good route choices around here. Although actually we've seen a lot who have had B go between those two ponds. So I'm pretty sure we saw one of the men's teams go through the pond. At least that's what it looked like from the GPS, who knows really. And then we're looking for Kosovo from the Czech Republic. We're looking for Niemann from Finland in, Mironova from Russia, and of course Paolo Gross. We also have Idre Svensson, who is here. Is still in that 3rd spot, but now a minute down. I think she was about a minute and a half slower than the lead at the last TV split as well. So Hanna Lundberg has caught up a little bit in this point. We've got Amy Niemann there for Finland, and we're waiting for Paolo Gross. No, Mironova first. Oh, there we go. Pretty much together, those two athletes, and then splitting up again round these hills for the 10th control. Åberg has already got there, and looks good for both those two Swedish teams in at this particular point.
And now it could actually be that Hanna Lundberg is very close again.
Yeah, this is Åberg, we're following her in the lead, but I think you literally just have to turn the camera the other way and we'll see the other Swede following through. I hope we'll see her now as if on cue. There she is. And so now she's back in touch after the different forkings there, and Hanna Lundberg is chasing there in the 2nd place. You can see ahead, look, she can see Åberg ahead, but again, they've got the different controls there. And actually, Hanna Lundberg will need to go more to the right than Åberg, but at this point they can just follow each other through here. They'll go up this little re-entrant where there's a bit of stones they can see marked on the map, and there's a linear marsh in the bottom here, so they've ticked off this feature on their way through to the next control. Let's have another replay.
You can see that, of course, it's better here to have the B option. It's closer to the next control. You can even split up in 2 different route choices here. But well executed of both of them.
Now they are on the way up to the 11th control.
And we saw that before already. It seems that Hanna Lundberg maybe has a little bit better speed here. She was able to catch a few seconds already before. So now she's in contact again, heading towards control B here. Johanna Åberg towards control A.
Switzerland 2, Paula Gross.
This is Mironova. Yep. Also crossing the section by the ponds and small kind of ridged parts, and she's currently in the 3rd place. Remember, they've got Natalia Gempler on the 3rd leg. Bronze medalist from yesterday's middle distance. We've got Amy Niemann, Paula Gross, those two chasing 4th and 5th positions. Kosovo just dropped back there after that control, and looks like it's pretty simple stuff for those two leaders. That's the 11th control, successfully taking both of those, and again that puts Johanna Öberg back into a bit more of a leading spot, and they will have the arena passage as well.
Round of applause for the Colombians. So nice to see them here.
And here we can really see, I mean, at control 10, the A option was for sure a bit slower than at control 11. It was the shorter one, so in the end I think it was about quite similar. So the gap there should be more or less back on what it was before, if it doesn't differ anything in the running speed.
Now we are waiting for the arena passage.
Yes, Switzerland 2's got B. And the tail there is 45 seconds. So what's that, about 20 seconds gap between 1 and 2, something like that? And Kosovo taking a very different route. And I get a feeling she's kind of falling behind a little bit. Meanwhile, looking back, Switzerland 1 is just about making it to the 10th control.
Will run the last leg for Sweden 2. Very strong there. The last leg for the Swedish second team.
The gap at the last TV control between Johanna Öberg and Hanna Lundberg was 37 seconds. So I think it's not really 37 seconds anymore. As you said, I think it's around 20.
Yeah, we'll get that confirmed when they run through the arena towards the end of the arena passage. But here's our leader. And she's looking really good passing through this arena passage, just taking a look at the map. Sections there, looks really under control there, and we'll get the time soon for the second place team. Hanna Lundberg will be really shortly through here. There she is. We'll get the gap, and she's not looking quite as composed, I think, as the leader, but attacking this one hard, and the gap now 27 seconds. So she'll get all that feedback, but she's within a good touching distance, and now this is where you've got to be really good, and this is what Hanna Lundberg showed in yesterday's performances. She was able to keep it together on this final loop, and where it gets very, very vague, and she'll have to pull all of those skills together again in this last loop to get this round. But she did do it very, very well yesterday when a lot of others really struggled.
The GPS working for Andreas Svensson in the Swedish 13, but you can see there Finland with Amy Nyman, it's Russia with Svetlana Mironova, it's Switzerland.
Okay, quite a few athletes now coming through, approaching this 12th control. We'll see them very shortly in the arena passage. A reminder, we don't have the GPS for Sweden 3, that one isn't working, so Andreas Svensson is in the mix there somewhere.
Very soon we will see the
but it looks like Russia, Mironova still in that 3rd spot, kind of leading that chasing group.
Sara Hagström, Caroline Olsson, the last leg runners for Sweden 2 and Sweden 1.
I think both of those Swedes have headed all the way up the path. to the little junction and then getting the good direction into the 13th control, and then you've got to be really careful to the 14th, because we think there's probably some tracks heading up towards the re-entrant to the north east of that control, so you've got to be really careful not to kind of drop into that and to keep the direction going really solidly. But Mironova is there, 2:25. It's a pretty big gap there back to third place. And Finland, Amy Nyman is there in fourth place for the Finnish team. Again, the Finns they've performed really strongly in this competition, in this whole World Cup round, and still in that fourth spot.
So waiting then for Andreas Svensson, for example. And here's Paula Gross first of all.
Paula Gross is through here now. Second team for Switzerland, Kosovo, and Svensson, they're here in 6th and 7th. And that is pretty much it of this chasing group. But they are 3 minutes behind the two Swedes.
Losing time on the leading teams, Sweden 2 and Sweden 1, and Sara Hagström.
And those are the two women who will take the final leg for the top two Swedish teams, Caroline Olsen, Sara Hagström, both of them really strong orienteers. And let's have a look then at what the leaders have got up to.
You can see that here Barry is going a bit more up the slope. It's very important, I think, that you see the marsh there to get an indication about the direction. Otherwise the control is much more difficult, so I think at this point it might be a little bit of an advantage for Lundberg, but it looks as if both of them actually are on a good way towards the control.
Maybe they can see each other. It's not 100%.
They're very close to each other at this moment, at least. Here is Johanna Öberg.
Yeah, here she is, and got that one successfully. She was going a bit out of line, and she kind of is looking around. You can see she's looking back there to see if Lundberg is there, and Lundberg is now making her way up the hill. Is she going to be shortly at this control? Can't see her yet. She's coming from below the control. But she stopped and she's gone back down. She's turned around, and there she is. She's just too low in the slope. You can see we were up where the control was, and now she's stopped.
Oh, and now there's really nothing to read here.
There.
Now she has just to go after feeling.
Yep, go up. That's the right direction.
Everything looks the same here. She was so close to see Johanna Öberg, and maybe if she gets the control here, yes, she does, and you can see how hidden the control is here. And
it's a tiny little knoll.
Johanna Öberg didn't have a good direction out of the control, so maybe there's a chance to keep the gap quite low anyway.
And then now Hanna Lundberg actually has to be careful because she's gone quite left of the... Well, actually, no. She's got the A control, so she should be okay. But she is going maybe slightly left of the line. Johanna Öberg, is she making a mistake? Yes. Gone slightly low.
Getting the control now. They have different options here.
Yeah, there you go. They can see each other. And Lundberg has a wet pit that's just in the bottom here. Öberg has already got her control, and the two of them now make it through to the last control in touching distance. They've been able to see each other, so that's probably a relief then for Hanna Lundberg. She knows she's made a mess of control 14. Öberg made a little mess of control 15, not as much, and she's just stopped too short.
A very difficult situation here. I mean, she stopped in the middle of nowhere, more or less. There's nothing to relocate with.
And they're going to come in together here then and hand over to their third leg runner with over 2 minutes lead, I think, on Russia and Finland and all the chasers there behind them as well. So Lundberg will hand over to Caroline Olsen, and Oberg will hand over to Sara Hagström, and two really, really strong and experienced runners. There they are here through to the last control. Oberg is just ahead of Hanna Lundberg, but the two of them together, and these are the two leading teams with 1 leg to go on the women's relay. So Sweden in first and second place, just as well, not quite as they were. They were in the leading group when they did the exchange. And Joanna Oberg has had a fantastic run here to actually hand over in the lead, and she'll hand over to Sara Hagström, you can see there, and Hanna Lundberg in her first team relay handing over to Caroline Olsen. So Sweden 2 and Sweden 1 both in the lead with 4 seconds gap between them. Here's the third place team currently, the Russian team with Mironova, and she is now heading to the last control. You can see just how kind of quickly this terrain changes from quite open forest into more denser forest. The different types of trees change. It's a nature reserve, it's not a plantation, and that comes with its own characteristics. And she will hand over to, of course, Natalia Gempela. And what a great last leg runner. She'll be really strong on there to try and chase. The tail there is a 2-minute tail now. So actually just less than 2 minutes there between the leaders and Russia and Finland 2, and I think that's a result of those two mistakes we saw at 14 and 15. Kosovo, Gross, both with mistakes then also to 14, too high, maybe following the track that we maybe think that was up to the men's control. Okay, Mironova and Russia and Amy Newman and Finland 2. Those two will hand over to Natalia Gempela and to Ida Happala for Finland. The gap, we will have a little look. What is it back to the two Swedes? What will Natalia Gempela have to chase? Okay, the gap is 1:58 and 1:59. So they hand over to the final leg, and it is a longer leg, this one, as with the men's competition, and they will be chasing those 2 minutes down. Okay, now Denise Kosovo, Andreas Svensson, the third Swedish team. Kosovo will hand over to Jana Knapova, Andreas Svensson over to Alva Olsen, who I think was the reserve runner for Sweden, so hasn't actually run in these forests the whole week. And a little bit of a sprint finish here to the exchange. So it's going to be Sweden 3 handing over, and Alva Olsen in for to replace Tove Alexandersson, who isn't running, and Czech Republic also there in the 6th spot, 2:51, handing over to Jana Knapova. Paula Gross here in with the only Swiss team in contention, but a long way back here, and she will hand over to Martina Ruch for the last leg, with mistakes from Eleanor Rosa and from Sabine Hausfried, both pushing the first Swiss team back out of these teams in contention, but 3 minutes and 20 seconds behind. And now we will, I think, start to focus, yes, on the third team, with those two Swedes leading out the last part, the last leg of this relay.
And you can see that Sara Hagström and Caroline Olsson, they have different controls, but kind of the same direction here. So heading towards A and C. no problems for them here. Here we are with Sara Hagström. They're different ways now. Again, of course, having different options at the second control. They are running quite parallel to each other with a distance of, let's say, 70 meters between them. Maybe a bit better direction for Caroline Olsson. She's at least a little bit closer to her control. Sara Hagström will have to turn direction a little bit before the control, but of course there's a lot of time to do so.
Sara Hagström will now see these ponds in front of her and just
Back to the tracking.
check
Now we
the
can see also
direction. She's got C, of course.
Sweden 2, Sara Hagström in blue, and yellow was Caroline Olsson and Marie Olausson.
This is number 3, and Ria Laursen from Norway. It was a mistake from Victoria Heistad Bjornstad at the 5th control that pulled them away from the leaders.
For Norway.
And we'll hand over to Andrine Benjaminsen. Again, a strong runner when things kind of go right, and she's got the speed to be able to have a good run here, so she will hand over. But I mean, look at that, 6 minutes down. And here, I was talking about them just now, Sabina Hausfeld not had a great run from her. They were in second place at the exchange, so she's lost over 6 minutes on the leaders, and we'll hand over to Simona Abersold. We also have the Danish team handing over, and Finland 3 handing over as well there. So a bit of a group there with some strong runners, Benjaminsen, Abersold, but 6 minutes is such a long way that they're not going to be able to do anything with that.
Here you can see that Caroline Olsson kind of changed her direction very suddenly there. Oi. Okay, it is wet here in the forest. You could see that Caroline Olsson did change the direction quite drastically. She could have kept going a little bit more and then change it a little bit later. Then she would have saved some extra meters. Now she's, let's say, 15 seconds behind at this point. You can see how she gets stuck there.
Ooh. She's got to use the branch to pull herself out of the marsh. But that's definitely the thing you definitely don't want to lose in your the map or your timing chips. No way. Okay, so Sara Hagström has C. She's already in there. Caroline Olsson has got A, so a little bit further on. So it looks like we will see Hagström at the 3rd control in the lead. And then actually quite a lot of these chasers have B. So actually B, we know, is a bit further, a bit longer. Okay, and this is the 3rd control.
So we expect to see Sara Hagström first. Here she is.
She had a 10th and a 15th place in the 2 individual competitions of this World Cup round. She did better out in the Czech Republic, 8th place in the long and a 5th place in the middle distance, taking part of that winning relay team in both the forest and sprint relays. And Caroline Olsson now 29 seconds slower. So the gap was 4 seconds. She's now lost 25. And now it's this really tricky part up the hill. And they both actually have A now on this section, I think.
9 minutes and 12 seconds behind.
Oh, no, they don't. She's punched B. It's all changed. So actually, Caroline Olsen has B. Sarah Hagström has A.
So now they have this climb up to this area with the gapping controls.
And of course, these two runners in the lead, they know each other really, really well. They will know their strengths and their weaknesses. And I don't know, is it harder racing your teammate or easier racing your teammate?
It's a good question. I think it's a bit different because you think that you exactly what you mentioned, that you know the strength, and especially if it would come to sprint finish. But I guess I mean, you're not really thinking about that at in this point of the relay. It is still such long way to go when you have to focus on your orienteering, especially when you know that the people have missed so many controls before. So I think that they more focus on to do a good job by their own, and that both of them think if they don't do any mistake, then they will win this race.
Yeah, I think they'll know the terrain enough to know that mistakes is where people have been winning and losing these medals, and they've just got to keep it clean.
Czech Republic was about to do a mistake there to their control, to the A control, heading somewhere between B and A.
Yeah. Jana Knapova, but with Gempela is through, no problems. And so too Haapala for Finland. Let's have a little replay then. And maybe look at that mistake from Jana Knapova heading between there. She's looking for A. Everyone who's got B has done that pretty successfully.
No, she's heading to B.
Yeah, she wants to find the green one, so it's not quite working there. Here's Sweden 3, Alva Olsen.
And now up there, Sarah Hagström with control A. And I can't see.
And looks, are the two of them really close together? It looks like they are. So Olsen having caught a bit on the climb, but now she's just got to spot this spur on her left and head up there. Meanwhile, Hagström will keep going straight on.
Sarah Hagström very close to that A control. Not really there. Caroline Olsen with the yellow dot needs to continue, but Sarah Hagström needs to turn up here to that control 4A.
Yeah, she is turning up now. It's a bit of a while to kind of get going and figure it out, I think.
And still problems for Jana Knapova.
Yeah, I think she got the control now.
Yep.
Second control.
And
so
yeah, Olsen is looking good.
Yeah, looks good so far. Getting towards this little spur there.
Martina Ruch then here into the third control, and we were seeing still some mistakes for Jana Knapova earlier on. Looking for number 2. Yeah, that second control proving really tricky for all sorts of the forkings, all the different forkings. Maybe C is the only one we've really... Oh no, in fact, we've seen people have problems with C, because that was where Fiona Bunn was struggling, I think. Second leg for the British team. So that is everyone finding that one pretty tricky. I guess you've not got as many features in that part of the terrain, and maybe it's pretty vague. You've come across on the straight line quite easily, and then suddenly it gets a bit vaguer and it gets a bit more tricky. Finland 2 heading up quite low in the slope here. Saw that done by one of the Swiss runners, and it didn't go all that well.
So interesting now there in the front. We have Hagström heading to A. We have Olsson having to go down to B on a straight way to A at the moment.
Russia and Belgium also into the changeover. Russia
seems as if both of them have control.
Behind, and Russia 2 in 17, and also Estonia in 18.
Sweden.
So 18 teams in 14 minutes and 51 seconds.
3 heading up quite heavily there towards
straight into their
control C.
What's happening to Gempela?
Yeah, doing a mistake there. Too early out. Also Sweden 3 there. Way off. And it's not an advantage for them that they are together there now, because now they're together looking at the wrong place. Gives you kind of confidence if you see other runners that you should be close to the control. But of course, I mean, Sweden 3 has to go to C. She must be aware of the fact that she has to continue.
Yeah, and maybe that's dragging Gempela back in the right direction. Meanwhile, Finland 2 actually looking much better into C.
Heading out on the last leg in that Czech team. And both Swedish teams, they are almost together.
Good orienteering by the 2 Swedish teams here through this technical area.
The gap has increased, I must say, down to the chasers.
And this is the control they're heading to, number 6. And I think it was Hagström who was a little bit higher up in the terrain. She's got to be careful not to overshoot it. There she is. And Caroline Olsson was close by too. So the 2 of them, I think, will be really close together at this control. But Hagström gets there first, and Olsson just a second behind. So there we go. I think they're going to be close, and then she appears in the shot, and it is only that 1 second behind. But looks like Hagström is a bit more in control on the exit there.
It will be an interesting one. Control 7, we have seen quite many mistakes here in the women's relay. Many of the runners heading down in this re-entrant, a bit to the right of the red line.
I must say right now is it was 1:58 down to Russia at the first TV split, but now it's much more. It's definitely over 2 minutes. Idre Haapala, Finland, right now in 3rd position. What we can read from this GPS animation, and C control for Idre Haapala, the red one.
Okay, well, Gempela has got back on track and got that A control, but I think it was well executed from Idre Haapala to get to the C control. She was very low in the slope, and of course you're not going to know to go maybe hit A and B if you've not got other runners around you, so that makes a lot of sense. And she's looking really strong. Here there is Sara Hagström, who has had a much better route. I think they're into control 7. Yeah. Olsson not too far behind though. She just looked really smooth through control number 6 and had a better direction and everything there that I think has just allowed her to get that couple of seconds gap.
It's really big right now, as you can see here. No problem for Idre Haapala. Idre Haapala is on her way.
And I think Hagström was really distinct going on top of the spur, whereas Olsson was maybe... Oh no, hang on, I'm getting confused because there's just blue and yellow everywhere.
Exactly, the names are on the wrong side of the dot.
Yeah. So it was, yes, Caroline Olsen who is behind and is the yellow dot and the yellow line was kind of in the side of the re-entrant and not quite as distinct as Hagström, who is the blue dot.
Interesting
and is ahead.
again that they have different options also here with B and C, I think. Yes, indeed.
She needs to correct that one. Direction, maybe she does.
And Finland a bit on the way. Straight down. She will come from the left here, hopefully, very soon. There she is, I guess.
Yep, there she is. And
Let's see how big the gap compared to Russia is.
Yeah, that's what we really want to know, that gap. And she did kind of aiming off to go along the bottom of the slope and then get the control and didn't make the mistake we saw Hanna Lundberg make, and it's only the 10 seconds between Haapala and Gempala. Gempala, of course, at that mistake into the fourth control. We wait for the next runner. We're probably looking out for another blue shirt from Sweden, from Alva Olsen. There she is.
Right.
I wonder if that was like little cables on the ground.
Yeah, must have been.
And she's about 4 minutes slower than the other two Swedes, who are back together again, as you can see, but they've got different controls. They've got B and C. So Sweden 2 and Sara Hagström has B, and Sweden 1 and Caroline Olsen has A. I'm really pleased I'm not mixing them up even more than I am.
Yeah,
oh,
but
see,
now you
there we go, I am mixing up the numbers. Oh, there we go. And back in again here, and Haapala just ahead of Gempala here.
And talking about mixing it up, I'm not sure if Simona Abersold punched the right control at control 5 there. Maybe we'll see that in a replay.
Seconds on that short leg. So it's definitely a fight for the win.
There I think we could have seen a mistake by Sara Hagström if we would have continued a bit more on the GPS.
Benjaminsen and Knapova through. I think that's climbing up a few places for Benjaminsen.
This looks strange here.
This does look strange.
Did she
My
punch?
feeling is she must have got it, because surely you can't be that far.
The only thing is if she punched
did she punch A?
It continues.
Oh yeah. Okay, well there's question marks around control number 8 then for Hagström.
Yeah, because she's definitely running towards control 9.
Light blue. The B control and Caroline Olsen the C control. No problems, no mistakes, but they are not together as you can see. They are on the way to the control, the next TV split.
Okay, I kind of want to see that replay again to know what's gone on, but I think you might be right in that she's punched the wrong control. We'll see them, I think, very close together at control number 9. And it's hard to know. I think the GPS has generally been reasonably accurate in that area, so Benjaminsen. looking good to that control. Getting a gap on Napova. And Switzerland 2 is also on the approach. Martina Ruch. And there is a mistake from Simona Abersold and Switzerland 1. I don't know what she's
mistake.
Done. It is massive.
It must be some kind of parallel mistake that she jumped over a control when she was reading or something. She's looking at a place where she definitely shouldn't be looking for a control.
Yeah.
Seen any pictures from that one, but they are together, as you can see. Sara Hagström and Caroline Olsson.
Yeah. So let's take it how it is at the moment. Those two are together,
Yep.
but there's a big question mark about this control B there at option B there at control 8. I mean, there is a possibility that the GPS is not super accurate there, but it looked very much as if she
didn't punch B. She went past A, whether she punched it or not, and then just didn't seem to punch B. It's really hard to tell. Anyway, from here to the finish, there's no more forking, so they've all got the same controls. That makes things a little bit easier. So Idre Haapala's got A, and that looks fine. And then we can see Gempela has got C.
Emma Bjessmo, Johanna Öberg and Sara Hagström have been up there the whole relay, really.
So we did have a camera quite close to this area, so we might be able to pick up the two Swedes. This is quite a tough control, this one as well. Yeah, we can pick them up here. Taking slightly different lines. Caroline Olsson here, just really looking and reading the map, going up the slope. And using all these hilltops and these marshes to navigate. They're looking pretty good on the line. Then they will cross this marsh, which you can see down here. Go back up again. You can see that they're really, you know, we've never really seen one following the other. They've always been doing their own thing, but just maybe keeping half an eye on the other to kind of know where they are, just as a bit of a safety net.
If you look back there,
a mistake from Gempela. Yes, yeah, another mistake, similar thing.
Look at the Swedish third team. They have B, and the GPS there is quite accurate. But definitely a mistake by Gempela, another one.
Yeah, she made a mistake at 4 and at number 9. And that means there's a bit more of a gap for Finland, Idre Haapala. And this is the 9th control. We're looking for the Finn. Idre Haapala is here. She was actually 9th place in the long distance in this World Cup. She was actually the junior world champs long distance champion in 2019. That was in Denmark, and made her world champs debut last month in the Czech Republic. So she's got, we maybe shouldn't be surprised to see her up here with that 9th place from that long distance. She's proved her form through this terrain. And with those mistakes from Gempela, she's managed to have a little bit of a gap there.
So the same here as for the men.
We see the heading a little bit to the right here towards control 11. Seen the same in the men's relay. This loop is a little bit longer here, and Gustav Bergman did exactly the same. He was going a bit to the right here, the red line, both being able to avoiding some of the climbing and also get a little bit of an easier entrance towards the control.
Alva Olsen then. Maintaining that 5th position. Yep, she was 5th on the handovers, been 5th at all the intermediate like TV controls since as well. Now we're alongside Haapala. Just going to climb around these spurs and cross down through the marshes.
Even turning the head back, looking backwards a little bit here.
Yeah, she won't know, of course, what's happened to Natalia Gempela, and that she has got a bit of a gap, as you can see there.
They are together. Very, very tough leg here to the 11th control. But the gap is huge right now. Down to the chasing teams, Finland and Russia. And then we have Sweden 3 and Czech Republic also. Jana Knappo punched that team split. 6 minutes and 4 seconds behind.
So they were more than 3.5 minutes quicker than Idre Haapala at the last TV split. So those two Swedes, the leaders, comfortable. Here's Gempela. Maybe Sweden 3, Alva Olsen losing a bit of direction there into the 10th control. Switzerland 2, Martina Ruch also going out to the road. We've seen that pretty common for the Swiss teams, but the two Swedes still very close together at the lead. They've gone actually a bit more to the right of the line than we saw from Gustav Bergman when we saw him do this part.
It's actually the option the course planner was talking about here, to go all the way around. You could even go in this re-entrant there to avoid some 7.5 meters climbing. It seems that they are heading up the slope there a bit early. This doesn't look... Maybe they turn to the left now, towards the control. It's a bit unnecessary to go that far to the right. Yeah, that's a mistake by Sara Hagström there.
No, she don't know where she is.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because they've come quite distinctly up that steep slope, and then with the big re-entrant with the rocks in, so that's a surprise.
She must have kind of the idea that they are quite close to the control, that they went more straight on. Now she lost a lot of time here.
Yeah, that's a 60-second tail, so maybe 50 seconds down now. We're now with Olsen, who's got that one no problems at that point.
yeah, or small problems only. I think they should have turned to the left a little bit earlier, but I mean, compared to Sara Hagström, it was almost a good thing that they did that, because of course in this way she could get away from Sara.
And there she is, having punched that control. I think only maybe 30 seconds behind. But still, now it's hard to see her in the terrain, hard to see Olsen. And there are all these fallen trees that like to kind of try and take you offline. And this is quite a tricky control. Okay, let's replay Benjaminsen. She had A, or she didn't have A. Oh my...
What is she doing?
She going back to the arena? No.
She must have lost feeling over distance totally.
Big feeling, big loss of feeling over distance. What's she doing? She bailing out to the... Whoa, hang on, what?
I mean, if she...
Maybe she did punch A, but then made the miss to 9, which would make a bit more sense, but she lost direction totally.
This would also show us that there is actually quite inaccurate GPS around there, so maybe everything's fine there with Swedish teams. And if I look at the GPS for the Swedish teams now, I hope we will turn back there again, because things are changing.
Yes, things really are changing. I hope we can see the tracking at 12, because there we can see it. Olsen making a mistake, and she's just stopped too short and maybe hasn't seen Hagström. And this is...
I think she has seen Hagström, but I mean, they don't know about the fact that there's no forking anymore at this point, so you can't just follow the other runner. This is not good for Olsen.
So Olsen, big mistake to 12. Maybe she thinks she saw Hagström and she knows there's more detail further on in the slope, so she thinks Hagström has got that. Anyway, she's now turned back again and was just stopped too short. It's really hard to get a sense of distance in this slope and in this terrain, and just stop too short. You think there's alarm bells ringing, oh, I've gone too far, and actually, no, you haven't. And the gap, again, is that a 60 second tail? I think it is.
Yeah, I think so.
So about over a minute and a half's mistake then, I think, to that control.
Yeah, but the gap compared to the other teams, Finland and Russia, is still more than 2 minutes.
And we're looking here, there's the control, so hidden in the little depression. Natalia Gempela, though, is there ahead of...
but Haapala didn't...
Yeah, Haapala overshot.
And now there's this game going on. Gempela doesn't want to show that she punched the control already. Stop there. Classic.
And you'll be lying if, as an orienteer, you've said you've never done that, because I totally have.
And now you can see how difficult it is for Haapala. I mean, she has no idea about the fact that Gempela has punched that control, so she's just following, but she can't have punched that control. No, she hasn't.
Nope. At least she gets a sense of where the Russian must be going.
She followed halfway to control 12, so this is a big time loss here.
She was really close to the control as well. We could see the camera nicely panned around from where she was and where the control itself was, and really close.
And my feeling is now that she will get together with Swedish third team and maybe even the Czech Republic.
So Sara Hagström through the arena, just the last few controls to go, and she's now got a gap over Caroline Olsen. Maybe she won't have, well, maybe, it's, don't know, will they have seen each other in that terrain? Will she have seen Olsen making the mistake? Because Sara Hagström is in the lead. I think she would have seen, they looked close enough on the GPS, and now she'll get the information, of course, as well. It's about a minute and a half, I think. We will get the confirmation when we see Olsen through, but this last bit is really tricky.
Look
And
again now
also, yeah.
at the mistake by Finland here. We see that Russia punches the control. Following with, and now look at this. Natalia Kempele is doing a mistake to control 12, heading up too high in the slope there. So there's actually a chance for Finland to get back here. Kempele has not punched the control yet.
But what we can see on the tracking is that Sweden 3 and the Czech Republic are really closely now behind Idre Haapala here. So things are kind of grouping back together now. So Olsen is through, and the gap is about a minute and 6 seconds then for Caroline Olsen. But we're going out into possibly the trickiest part of the course now, and Sara Hagström will again be under the pressure to keep it clean, but she'll know the gap is reasonably good then back to Olsen. Olsen, though, I think has been really strong on the hill climbs though, and that is what part of this last loop is, but a minute is quite long though. Of course, we've still got a few question marks over control 8 for Sara Hagström. He will be looking at that. We don't know whether, didn't look like she punched it, but we know the GPS isn't always that accurate in that little hollow, so
and we saw the GPS of Andrine Benjaminsen showing more or less the same thing, that it looked as if she didn't pass the control, then it would already be 2 runners not doing that, and I think maybe it's just a GPS thing, but let's wait and see.
So we've seen Russia, Natalia Kempele got control 12, so to Idre Haapala, but Russia not really great direction out of the control. Is going to pick up some extra distance, and even she's kind of turning more left here. This opens the door again for the Finn to be able to do something. We've also got a few of the chasers. We've actually got Sweden 3 really close to Finland 2, and the Czech team has just punched the 12th control as well. You can't see that on your screens, like it is on our GPS tracking.
Really poor direction here by Kempele. She seems to be a bit stressed here out from control 12, but I mean she will run towards this area where people live and see the houses, and then just head a little bit towards north. So the time loss is not very, very big, but still, I mean, it's quite an easy control, and it's so annoying if you lose 20 seconds on this one.
Yeah, whereas you can see Finland, Idre Haapala has just been really close to the line. Now we have Sweden 3 and Alva Olsen on there, who has caught up as a result of those mistakes we've seen from both Russia and from Finland, and actually they might be pretty close in through control 13 and the arena passage as well.
Look at Sweden 2 now. She stayed a long time on this path, really trying to save it up. I think that's a good thing to do in this position.
But you've got to be really careful as to knowing where exactly you are on that path to then approach the control, and she's kind of searching around now. A little bit too far to the right. Yeah,
she has to head more to the left. She's also...
she's looking to her right as well, isn't she? She thinks she's too far. Oh no, now she looks left.
Quite a risk. Now she's a bit too high up in the slope here. She has to drop down a little bit. Yeah.
She's still climbing.
Mistake, definitely.
Yep, Kempele goes through, and she's over 4 minutes behind. But what I really want to see is the gap now between Russia and Finland. And I'm expecting to see Idre Haapala really soon through the arena passage. I think she will be there really, really soon.
And what I really want to see is the control 15, because very soon we'll also have Caroline Olsson there. Now it seems as if Hagström will get the control very soon again. Let's see here, that's a replay. So she stayed there for a long time. My guess was that she waited out this re-entrant there to get a clear entrance, but in a way she didn't really manage to get direction from there. And I mean, the gap to Sweden 1 is only, let's say, 25-30 seconds now.
Yeah, I think so. Looks like Caroline Olsson has made it to 15, okay. And the gap between, Gempele, Harpala is, though, 40 seconds. But it's a bit shorter now, back to Olsson, who can see the Finn ahead of her. Here's Caroline Olsson then. She's got number 15, I'm pretty sure she has. And on her way down now to 16, chasing Hagström. And the two of them, she's got to keep a really good line, looking for a re-entrant with like kind of a marshy, vegetation-y bit there. This is what it's looking like.
But they also very, very difficult control this one. But it's quite clever.
Gets to the stream here, to this wet area, and can attack the control from here. It will be much more difficult to get the control from the position where Caroline Olsson is.
And Sweden 3 and Finland are together as well. So it looks good for Hagström for that control. Caroline also seems online.
Starts to hesitate a little bit there. Looks like that at least. Stop there for a moment. No problem for Gempele, no problem for Haapala, no problem for Alba Olsson.
Very wise run by Sara Hagström to that control, and Caroline Olsson here.
Yeah, Caroline Olsson looks like she's nearly at that point.
But she lost a little bit of time here.
You're right.
And
obviously
now
she
it
won't know
seems-
about Sara Hagström's mistake going actually up the hill.
And Gempele a bit low there. Or let's say a little bit much to the left. This is quite a risk there. And very soon we will see Sara Hagström to the last control. Here she is.
Yep, here she is, just to the last control now, and she's got a clear lead over the other Swedish team. So Sweden 2 here, finishing this relay in the lead with Emma Bjärsmo, Jana Öberg and Sara Hagström, the three of them in that team. The second team have made it round, and they're going to cross the line to take the win. She celebrates here. What a strong runner. She can actually hug her teammates. They have that time over Caroline Olsson to celebrate. And as the second team from Sweden, they take the win there. And that battle all the way around between Sara Hagström and Caroline Olsson, but just in the end, really, it was Sara Hagström who was able to put it together and crosses the line to take second place. And she is, I think, annoyed not to take that victory, but look, all six of those Swedish women can congratulate her with the team, Lisa Risby and Hanna Lundberg. The really Sweden 1 and Sweden 2, they all saw a lot of each other, and in fact those two last leg runners can hug as well. And here we go.
Look at this. Is it Sweden and Finland? Yes, indeed.
Yes, it is Sweden and Finland. Alva Olsson just like fighting up there ahead, but Russia and Natalia Gempel have already got that control. So these are the 4th and 5th place teams, and now they've got to try and, you can see they're actually taking these different lines through down to the 16th control. Natalia Gempel looks on course to get that one without any issues. And this is where the pressure is mounting when you're running downhill just on the last few controls, and you've got to keep it together, and you're starting thinking about that sprint finish as well.
So waiting zone for the 13th to the last control and the finish.
But I mean, all of those 6 will be very glad to see just the fact that those first 2 teams have made it through and in that 1st and 2nd place. But let's have a look. Russia got 15 pretty good, but and we saw there was a big fight up there in between these 2 teams, Sweden and Finland. Yeah,
here especially by Sweden, almost heading back towards, or she is heading back towards the path there.
Oh,
yeah, that's not good. So I think, yeah.
And all orienteer, you have to be such a great orienteer for everything to not completely go out the window when you're in a position like this. You're right up close to the person you are racing against, and it is really hard to for everything, to keep everything together. But Natalia Gempel, despite quite a few mistakes out there, number 4, number 9, a few towards the end as well, she will cross the line into the 3rd place here. Her teammates are waiting, I think, as well. Anastasia Rudnaya and Svetlana Mironova. And in fact, it was a really good team performance from them. And yeah, not clean from Gempel, but clean enough to take the 3rd place. And I don't know what she's doing. She's kind of hiding. She just thought she was going round and round in circles at the end.
She has done mistakes, and I think she's kind of embarrassed. But I mean, everyone has done mistakes here, so it's. But here, interesting, and I mean, look at this. Very bad direction out from the control by Alva Olsson, and the control is not easy from here either, so it will be very tough for her to get back to the 16th control.
No, she's going to see the arena, and she's going to have to go back, and that means you can see Jana Knapova chasing, and Andrina Benjaminsen chasing, and Simona Abosol chasing as well.
The fact that she's not staying on the path there when she gets out there, it's like showing that she's very stressed, because the thing to do there is really to go out, take a few meters on the path, maybe until it's turning into another direction, then head into the terrain again from there, so then you can take a clear direction. But now she's just taking a chance and hoping for the best.
And hoping for the best is not a good thing to do in this particularly this terrain. But Idre Haapala has punched the last control, and in that neck and neck position with Alva Olsson, she got the best line. It still wasn't perfect, but she did well enough to be the 3rd nation home here at the end of this women's relay. In a 4th position, but the 3rd nation, and really that's just kind of, they should be really pleased with that to round off a really great few days for the Finns and the 2nd Finnish team as well. Okay, let's have a look here, and actually looks like Alva Olsson has nearly found control number 16, but Jana Knapova has managed to sneak ahead, and now, Norway, is this a mistake from Norway? It is. She stops, pulls up too short. And distance judgment all over the place, and does Simona Abosol follow?
It will be a fight between the 2 Swiss teams, maybe, if they start hesitating there. Alva Olsson got the control there. Just before the group. And still Benjaminsen hasn't got control over the situation there. That's also a mistake by Abersold. Oh, not good direction out from the control by Alva Olsson. She has to be careful to not be overtaken by the group there.
Yep, but Jonna Knapova is here then, going into 5th position for her. And a reasonably stable performance, I think, from the Czech team. Yes, Adela Indrakova handed over in 6th after the first leg. Then I think they handed over in 5th after Denisa Kosova. No, 6th after the second leg, and then pulled up 1 place into 5th here. Now we see Alva Olsson after that mistake. She was so close to the Finn.
3 Swedish teams among the 6 best in this relay. Very impressive by the Swedish women today.
But still, this is their 3rd team and they are into the 6th place. And here we have a sprint out between Abersold and Benjaminsen, and the elbows are really coming out here. You've got to stay upright. This might be the closest sprint finish. Abersold just kind of sneaks ahead, tries to be dominant in this one as we see Alva Olsson cross the line. And now Andrina Benjaminsen is really putting on her sprints. And I don't know, we're going to have a photo finish? I don't know who won that one. I can't tell. But certainly Abersold is smiling and congratulating Andrina Benjaminsen. That's quite a fun sprint finish on the line, pushed all the way to the end. Martina Ruch is here, who was, for the majority of this relay, the 2nd Swiss team, was far ahead of the 1st Swiss team. They did not have a good time. Mistakes for both 1st and 2nd leg and 3rd leg runners. We saw Abersold make mistakes as well. So tough day's work for, I think, all 3 of the Swiss women who we were hoping were maybe going to challenge the Swedes a bit more. Same too with the Norwegian team as well.
Very good Swedish performances today. Sara Högström had a really good run on the last leg. We were a bit concerned there, but it doesn't seem to be any problems. It was fun to see the fight between the 2 Swedish teams in the end. I'm very impressed by the performance by Johanna Öberg on the second leg. She did a great job there. We didn't see any mistakes, more or less, by her. We have seen Hanna Lundberg chasing her. She did a few mistakes, had good speed, could close the gap every now and then again, but Johanna Öberg was going really strong there, so I think this was very decisive. And then in the end, I mean, we knew that we've been talking about this before the race. You could more or less pick every Swedish runner there into a 1st or 2nd or 3rd team. You could always kind of find reasons to do so, and in the end now we have Sweden 2 in front of Sweden 1, and you have another Swedish team in 6th position, so it's just they have just performed very, very well as a team today.
Yeah, that depth is, I mean, and particularly in the women's teams is just, we've known it for years, and it just continues to be there, and they continue to keep performing well and ensuring that they're dominant on foreign soil, on home soil as well. That was always really, really good, and lots of chopping and changing from the teams behind them, certainly. I think seeing again, I mean, it's very unsurprising. We've seen big mistakes here, and I think, yeah, characteristically of the whole of this orienteering World Cup round, we've seen mistakes at all different parts in this tough technical stuff that they're going into now, in the more vague parts, and it just shows it's all technical for all these different reasons, and that we've got some of the toughest and most technical orienteering for the best orienteers in the world, and they've had to perform to their best to be able to tackle it.
It was a bit surprising for me that, I mean, we have seen mistakes in this area around Control 4 and 5, but we haven't seen the biggest of the mistakes there. We've seen Kasper Fosser missing there, but otherwise the mistakes there were around 1 or 2 minutes. We've seen bigger mistakes at control 2, for example, which is very surprising for me. We have almost seen bigger mistakes at control 7. So it seems that if you have many details, and also it's so easy to see at control 4 and 5 that it will be very challenging and that you have to be focused. And sometimes it feels as if as soon as you have less features to navigate with, it gets so difficult for the runners. And of course, once you're off direction, we have seen that on Thursday, we've seen that yesterday, and we've seen it today again. Once you're off direction in an area with few features only, then you can lose minutes. And that's what we've seen in the very last part of this race again today.
Yeah, we have, and I want to take back to Emil Svensson's mistake as well in that same part, losing a lot of time. I think 7-8 minutes up there, and it just, you add that. What does the extra dimension of the relay add to all of those difficulties?
I mean, it's such a different kind of pressure you have. You're not only responsible for your own run or own result, you're also responsible for your teammates' result. Then you have this feeling to be chased in a totally different way. So Emil Svensk, was in the lead and he knew about this, and then you kind of have these controls left. You know, you get into this area where you have been yesterday, maybe have struggled yesterday already. It's just a different kind of pressure you have on you, and also that you get these situations where you're in a group and then you don't know if will it be forked. You have to be careful. How much can you push physically? How much do you have to stop right away when you start to feel insecure, because maybe one of the other runners in the group will just keep on going to the control, and if you stop, you miss the control. If you would just keep on going, you would get it. It's so many different aspects of orienteering that I don't know if it's more difficult, but it's for sure different. And for sure on the last leg, on the last loop, it's kind of a stress you don't have usually. Maybe it's like having to go in a penalty shootout in football at the championship. Like it's totally different when you do it in training or if you do it in a championship.
I was about to say, it's really hard to train for that and simulate that kind of pressure. I mean, a lot of relay training is kind of focused on first leg relay training or what it's like running alongside other athletes, but to simulate a last leg, that's really hard.
Yeah.
Emma Besmo, Johanna Öberg, Sara Hagström, Sweden Team 2, the winner of today's relay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sara Hagström, you started 4 seconds before Caroline Olsson. Can you describe your race?
Yeah, it was really special to go out with a teammate like that, but it was really fun. We had focus on our own orienteering, and it felt like, we had full focus. So I just felt like, okay, the best orienteer will win. And I was really lucky to find the control up in the slope before Caro, and then it was really shaky in the last loop.
Johanna Öberg, you did a great second leg. Can you describe it?
We made a really good technical relay race. I tried to take it easy and really read the map and not do any mistake. I made a small mistake in the end, but apart from that, it was really good technically.
Emma Besmo, this is a fantastic day for Swedish orienteering. Can you describe your feelings right now?
Oh, it's just incredible. It's amazing to do this together with these two girls. We've been competing together since we were kids and been having many competitions together. And this is the first time we do a relay together, and we talked by the breakfast about how fun it was to do this together. And the feelings right now is just, I don't know, I can't describe it. It feels really good.
Sweden's Team 2, the winner of today's relay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Sara Hagström there saying she had a shaky last part of the race, and when you only just kind of make that section and you feel like you're lucky to find the control, then yeah, a lot of it will feel quite tricky. But orienteering is such an individual sport, and it was great to hear Emma Biesmo say that, you know, they've known each other since they were kids, and the fact that them as a trio could run together, it was really, really special. And because orienteering is such an individual sport, I think the orienters, they really, really look forward to doing a relay. And maybe that's surprising to someone who's outside of the sport, but because it's so individual, I mean, certainly speaking to a lot of the internationals, and particularly the Brits who I speak to quite a lot, they are desperate to do well as a relay team and get that success as a team, because it reflects not only their individual performance, but also the fact that the nation is doing well in orienteering, because to put together 3 great results, to do that is really important. I want to clear up the Switzerland team, the team 1, have been disqualified. I think, Jonas, you mentioned that you certainly had some questions around control number 5. I'm not sure whether that is the control they were disqualified on, but that team haven't been given a placing, so not quite sure why that was, but I know you had questions over number 5.
Yeah, it looked as if she had jumped over a control and then found control 6 already before control 5 and just kept on going. It was very strange there. It didn't have focus on it, but something was definitely, I'm quite sure it was up there, the problem was.
Yeah, so they will not finish. So I'm not sure who won out in that sprint finish between Norway and Switzerland, but Norway given that 7th place though. We've now got about 12 teams through to the finish. So I think we're really shortly going to bring you the flower ceremonies for both the men and the women's relay to kind of round off this second round of the Orienteering World Cup. And maybe we can have a little time to reflect on the 3 days of competition. Of course, we had the long on Thursday, then we had the middle distance yesterday, ending up today with a relay. And what did you make of the level of competition and difficulty and the courses for all of these races?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to highlight the courses. I mean, it was so exciting to follow the competitions the whole weekend, more or less. Matthias Karlsson really managed to get very challenging courses out of the forest, also in kind of how it changed within the competition from good visibility and runnability to low visibility and runnability, and easier parts and difficult parts, and also parts where it actually looked easy on the map, but you have to be really careful to get it. And we've seen so many mistakes, like I don't remember, maybe 2011 at the World Champs in France, but had kind of different reason there. It was just overloaded with details, and I think it's what we could see also this weekend was that the runners who managed to really have this kind of alert in their heads, that just before they do the mistake or the first time they see, they get a warning in their head that something is not right, when they stop and try to relocate right away, they manage to do that. So, yeah, they get through without bigger problems. We had Hanna Lundberg exactly talking about that. We had Simon Hector doing that yesterday. And it was also today the teams with least amount of mistakes were up there. That doesn't really sound surprising, but I mean, everyone did mistake today, but you just had to avoid these big mistakes.
Yeah, and it feels to me at this World Cup we've got bigger teams, so we've got a lot of those running in the forest who maybe didn't do so at the World Championships, where you've got much more of a limit, especially in the long distance, on the number of runners you can have per nation. And it feels like there's a lot of younger runners now coming through, and we're really seeing the effect of a lack of competition and the way they've managed to, it feels like, develop really, really quickly to have really successful results where maybe more experienced runners were getting picked ahead of them for a World Championships team.
But I'm really happy that we have so many starting places for teams in World Cup races, because usually, if you take the example of Sweden here, if you have like 6 runners that can win a race if you take the women's class here, it's very hard for a young runner to make it into the team even, because usually it's very easy to pick the experienced ones and just argue with that, okay, but she has still 2 years or 1.5 years left in the junior class, she can develop there, and then we pick her up. And now when you have so many starting places, you can give her a chance here. And I mean, now she came 4th in one race, she won the middle distance yesterday, she did a good job today in the relay. Next time it's really hard to not pick her for a World Cup. And I mean, wouldn't she have the chance to run this weekend, then maybe we wouldn't have seen her for the next 2 World Cup rounds. I don't know.
Exactly, but it's not just Hanna Lundberg, it's people like Ida Happala, there's a few, Vera Klemetinen, few others who, in the men's and the women's classes, who've put together good performance. Dag Blanchen was doing well in the individual races and actually did really well on the first leg of the relay here today. So it's not just those names that we've seen taking those leading positions or taking medals even, but some of those in the top 10 or the top 20 who maybe wouldn't have had a chance to do that at a World Championships.
For sure. I mean, I was talking about Hanna Lundberg because she was the most extreme example, but as you mentioned, there were many runners, and it's for sure it's one thing that there are many runners at the World Cup round, but it's also that we haven't seen anyone competing last year. So for sure, I mean, it's just kind of logically that we have new names higher up in the start list. We are missing a whole year of competition to compare young athletes who made the changes from the junior class to the senior class, and now we can finally see them. And they did a great job, especially when you think about the fact that it was such technically demanding competitions here.
Yeah, and they will use this experience because a lot of those who are juniors, they've maybe competed at Junior World Champs, European Youth Champs, other regional championships, but everyone says it's never quite the same as competing on a senior level at a World Cup or a World Champs, where you've got more TV cameras, you've got running cameras, you've even got press camera controls where there's just photographers there. That isn't really a thing at another level as well. So you've got that extra, just unexpected things, how the quarantine works, the fact that you're in a quarantine with these orienteers who you've looked up to for most of your life, as long as you've been a competitive orienteer, and that can be really intimidating. So just the ability to get some experience, the opportunity to get some experience at this level, at the highest tier of the senior level is really, really useful for a lot of those who are not maybe like first or second picks for their team. It's always a learning experience, and experience is what counts in orienteering.
And I mean, it's not only an experience for them, it's also an experience for us to see them. But of course, I think that the point you mentioned with seeing the orienteers you've looked up to now from very closely in the quarantine, but even more important to be competing against them now, and maybe be in the same national team as they are, and in the end see like, okay, but I can run as fast as they can. It can be very nice. It can also be a bit strange and difficult, because I mean, it's easy that you start thinking you have to do more than you used to do when you're a junior. Then you were only competing against people in your age, or maybe 1 year older or 1 year younger, and then suddenly come up and you have to compete against Valentin Novikov, who is like double your age or something, and you think, okay, they are so much more experienced, they have had so much time to develop physically and technically, so I have to do more than I'm used to do, and it's kind of wrong because you have to give your best and you can't do more than this. And this sounds so easy to say, but it's very hard to get there, to really believe in your abilities.
Yeah, but we've seen, I think those who've performed well today and over the few days have managed to not try and do anything different. They've kept their technical strength of the orienteering. They've not gone over the line, and they've really been able to kind of perform very, very well. So we're going to take we're doing the whole medal ceremony for the men's, it looks like. So we've got the top 6 teams there as well, and we will award them. We're missing a Swede. And then I guess we can look forward to the last event of the World Cup 2021, which is going to be in Italy, the very end of September, beginning of October, where we will see again a long distance and then a middle distance, and then ending off the World Cup season with a sprint relay as well. So what can we look forward to there?
I think we can look forward to totally different terrain again, and very interesting competitions. It's always different when you come down to the continent, and also if you come to alpine terrain, it's special. Not many runners are so used to it. There are other factors coming into account, like altitude and stuff like that. So it's definitely going to be interesting.
Okay, so we will awarding the positions, and it's actually only the top nation that counts. So Denmark actually finished in 11th, but they were the 6th best team with Rasmus Molies, Bjørn Sederberg and Søren Trane Ødem. Then we have had Estonia with Heino Olin, Timo Sild and Lauri Sild. So they are in 5th spot, despite finishing 10th in the relay. In 4th place, we have the team from Finland, and I think this is actually Finland 2, if I find their...
Oh, it's the first team.
Oh, it is the first team.
Yep.
Oh, you're right, it is the first team, of course. So Mika Kimmela, Elias Kuka, Oli Ojano to take the 4th place. And then so we go to our podium as well. And it was a team from Switzerland taking the bronze today. Daniel Hubman, Florian Hovald and Matthias Kuberts all together putting in a strong team performance. I think at one point we had that team in the lead, although what team wasn't in the lead on the last leg of the men's relay? It was
Denmark.
Denmark weren't. Yes, go on then. They weren't. Norway was certainly in the lead at some point. Eskil Shinneberg, Magna Daly, Kasper Foster, and they are in the 2nd place for them. And we are missing Albin Riedefeld from the top of the podium. Not sure where he's gone, but they will be crowned the winners. After we dish out all of the prizes, the flowers, the mascots and everything. But our winners today were the team from Sweden, Albin Riedefeld, Simon Hector, Gustav Bergman. And what a nervy last little loop for Gustav Bergman, who was really being chased down by Kasper Foster, but managed to win that little sprint finish all the way, powering all the way to the line, and they are rewarded with the win today. Very, very close there on the men's podium for the top 3, but congrats to the team of Sweden. Jonas, do you have a performance of the meet? Performance of the Orienteering World Cup round 2?
Well, of course I have.
I know who it's going to be. We haven't discussed this beforehand, and I know who it's going to be.
Well, of course, I have to pick Hanna Lundberg. It's just so amazing, both how she was competing yesterday, start number 1. I mean, how she was competing. We didn't see how she was competing yesterday, but I mean, she performed so well with start number 1. She's so young, but you really couldn't read the age of her out of her GPS track. It was it was so good how she was running, and also to see her joy in the finish when she realized that she's gonna win. That was just, it was very special. It was very, very fun to see.
Yeah, Swedish TV, SVT, have put up a little clip of Hanna Lundberg's reaction, and honestly, I felt like I could watch it like all night last night, because it was just such a picture to see her competing, and honestly, like, go and watch that. But also, we forget she was 4th place in the long distance as well. So it's not just that kind of one-off performance, and we actually. I feel like I want to make a point that her results haven't completely come out of nowhere. She was really great in the Swedish sprint championships, both in the individual and in the knockout sprint. She knocked out Tove Alexanderson in the knockout sprint. So it's not completely coming out of nowhere, but to put everything together at this high level and to make everything go right and have the speed and everything, I mean, you can have all the great results in the world in the past, but you've still got to be able to do it on the day, and that's what she did.
It was very, very good. And as you said, it was not only that, it was not totally out of nowhere. She had good results, but mostly in sprint, and to make it in this difficult terrain here, that's just, chapeau.
Yeah, really impressive. I think we will have the women's flower ceremony or the whole medal ceremony very soon. We're just kind of continuing some interviews. I'm not sure whether we're going to bring you all of that, but just one final word on where we go from here. We can celebrate the success, and now again we're looking to Italy very soon. It's going to be a really great, another bunch of competitions, and as you said, Jonas, another test of the terrain to see if the same kind of teams are going to perform at the top, see if the Swedes can continue their relay dominance. There is another sprint relay. We just have Colombia finishing. They had 3 men and 3 women making it over from Colombia. But I think we will sign off now leave you with some of the pictures of the women's medal ceremony. And we will be back in Italy, hoping to try and make it out there and bring you some of the insights from the terrain and the final of the World Cup, where, of course, the final standings of the whole World Cup after Switzerland, Sweden, and the last round in Italy, to see who's the best orienteer all round of 2021. So we will be back then.
Yeah, see you.
Congratulations, Simon. A great weekend.
Thank you very much.
Sweden, the winner. Gustav Bergman and Simon Hector together with Albin Ridefelt. And now we are getting ready also for the prize giving ceremony for the women. And I think we are ready. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the prize giving ceremony, Women Relay, the Orienteering World Cup, Idre Fjäll 2021. The prizes will be given by Peter Rex from Idre Fjäll, together with Amelia Westblad, also Idre Fjäll. In 6th place, the team of Switzerland, Sarina Kivorts, Paula Gross and Martina Ruch. In 5th place, the team of Norway, Victoria Hesta Bjørstad, Marie Larsen and Andrine Benemesen. In 4th place, the team of Czech Republic, Adela Indrakova, Denisa Kosova and Jana Knapova. Now comes the podium. In the 3rd place, the team of Finland, Vera Klemetinen, Ami Niemalm and Ida Happala. In 2nd place, the team of Russia, Anastasia Rudnaya, Svetlana Mironova and Natalia Gemperle. And in 4th place, and the winners today, the team of Sweden, Emma Bjesbo, Johan Öberg and Sara Hagström. And here's the fanfare for the winners and all the others. Congratulations, Team Sweden. Emma Bjärsmo, Johan Öberg, and Sara Hagström, the winners of the relay for the women. And as a finale, I will please some words with Sara Hagström also, the last leg runner for Sweden, to have some words with Sara. Here I am, Sara. Hello. Hey. Hi. Congratulations.